Hi, sorry everyone. We are just rejoining the meeting, so we will be on real quickly. Thank you all for being here. We are super excited for today.
Hi, and welcome to the Dear Hearts Drive. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so glad to have you with us today. We are so sorry about the technical difficulties that we have already experienced. We do ask that you have patience and understanding with us. Most of us are amateurs. We are probably going to hit more snags before things are finished, but we are doing our best. Before we get started, I would like to tell you a little bit about who we are and why we're doing this. We are fans of the band The Amazing Devil, which features Joey Beatty and Madeline Hyland. We noticed that Madeline was tweeting support for an organization called Refugee Women Connect. We later learned that Laura Beatty, who sang and played flute on the album Love Run, now works for Refugee Women Connect. We wanted to support this charity that is clearly very important to the band, so we organized this fundraising drive. Please check our description for a link to our fundraising page. Our goal is £1,500. We are hoping to reach that by the end of the stream, so please donate generously. When you donate, if you would like your donation to be reflected in our total, please scroll down a bit and click the button just above our target rather than the button in the banner at the top of the screen. If you use the button in the banner, Refugee Women Connect will still get your money. It just won't be reflected in our total. If you have an employer, please check whether they match charitable contributions. It's an easy way to make your money go a little bit further for Refugee Women Connect. And if you are a US or a UK taxpayer, please be sure to check the box for gift aid to further increase your contribution. So please donate generously and enjoy our talents. We're going to begin with a statement from Hannah, who is a member of the advocacy group with Refugee Women Connect. She will tell you a bit more about the organization and how it serves women who are seeking asylum.
Hello everyone, my name is Hannah and I'm the member of advocacy team, and I would like to thank you everyone who's watching this video, and I would like to thank everyone who will enjoy the meeting. I would like to say a few words about the Refugee Women Connect and the amazing staff who works in Refugee Women Connect. I'm an asylum seeker nearly 7 years now, and I'll be like 7 years I'm with Refugee Women Connect, and they are amazing. They have lots of different activities and stuff. They help us, like mental health. They have social workers, case workers, and for us it's like a part of our family. Especially I didn't met all of them because they came new, so few of them, they are like part of my family. If anything, for any reason, I go and call them and speak to them about anything it's happening, anything that's going on with my life, with my kids, and yeah, they help me a lot, and I'll be thankful forever if you can support the Refugee Women Connect, and if you can help, because they are really good organization. I prefer to say like they are at best family members we have here. How we don't have anyone here, so they are like our part of our family. They never let us to feel lonely, because they are there for us when we need them, when we need someone to talk to. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, it's Joey here. Just trying to find Madeline, but oh, there she is. What's going on? You getting greedy? That's not Madeline. There's Madeline. She's looking so disinterested. So are you. What's going on? Want some food? As you can tell, those of you with powers of deduction, the keen eye, you might have noticed that that's not Madeline. That's an alpaca that I found. As I'm currently working on a farm. Here it is. Whee! And as Madeline can't be here, what are you muttering about? Unbelievable. Spitting at me, diva. As you can tell, I'm on my own, but Madeline sends all of her love, and just wanted to say thank you to all the lovely dear hearts out there who are bringing their creativity to the world. And what are you? I haven't got anything. Why are you faffing about? I haven't got anything. Come here. Just wanted to send our love and also offer up a little auction. Oh! Of an Amazing Devil song of your choice. Whoever puts in the most amount of money for this fantastic cause. We'll do a little Zoomy gig for you if you fancied. So anyway, I'm gonna go and get on with these interrupted. Are you coming? Come here. Come here, say hello. Rah, rah, rah. So cross. All the time. Blep, blep, blep. Sorry for this really long, faffy video. But love you very, very much, everyone. Thank you so much for doing this. And I'll see you on the other side of this fluffy madness. Lots of love. See you later.
Alrighty, so surprise! We've got a Joey appearance here. So what I want to start off with saying is just that we did not ask for the Amazing Devil to be involved in any way or to promote us. This was supposed to be an entirely fan stream. However, they, out of the kindness of their hearts, decided to help support us. And so this, again, was not expected, and we are not involved with the auction. It is just that it must go through our fundraising page for the auction to go through. And the Amazing Devil and Refugee Women Connect are managing the auction on their end. And so right now I thought I'd just share for specifically instructions on how to donate to our fundraising page, which is linked in the description of the video, as well as in all of our social medias, which are also in the description of the video. So this is the Refugee Women Connect page. This is our fundraiser. If you scroll down, you will see a description of us, and on the right hand side there is a green donate button just above our target. This is the button you should press to donate specifically into the Dear Hearts Drive fundraising pool, and so that you will be considered for the auction. And then once you press donate, it will actually lead you to the payment page. And the payment page is what we have linked to people in most of our socials, just because this is more straightforward as you just enter your information right away. If you press the donate button up top here that is orange, it will still go to Refugee Women Connect. However, it will not count towards our fundraising target or towards the auction. So don't press this button. If you do have a donate button to press, it is the green one right here. And if not, just go straight in to put your donation information. Yeah, and just a couple of rules from the auction that we've been sent is that the highest donor by Tuesday will be chosen for the gig. So you have 3 days, today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, and that is who the highest donor will be chosen from. The donations, again, must go through our donation page here that says Dear Hearts Drive, and make sure you're donating underneath a caption that says Dear Hearts Drive. And if you are pooling your money to try to be the highest donor, there are no more than 10 people who are going to be allowed into that Zoom gig. And again, we're only the fundraising page for this. The auction will be handled by Refugee Women Connect and the Amazing Devil. I hope even without the auction that you are all excited for the next 7 hours of this stream, and that you will join us and donate if you can. On that note, I will bring us over to our next performer.
Hello, my name is Ren, also known as Oats to a lot of people. Today, tonight, this afternoon, wherever you are, I'm going to be reading a few of the elegies by Rainer Maria Rilke, as well as a couple songs on my ukulele, just to fill it out, make it a little bit less boring, because I don't know poetry is for everyone. So yeah, thank you all for coming along to watch the Dear House Drive. It is an honor and also very scary to be the first one performing, but hopefully it'll all go well. Alright, so I'm just going to start with the first elegy by Rainer Maria Rilke. Who, if I cried out, would hear me among the angelic orders? And even if one were to suddenly take me to its heart, I would vanish into its stronger existence. For beauty is nothing but the beginning of terror, that we are still able to bear, and we revere it so, because it calmly disdains to destroy us. Every angel is terror. And so I hold myself back and swallow the cry of a darkened sobbing. Ah, who then can we make use of? Not angels, not men, and the resourceful creatures see clearly that we are not really at home in the interpreted world. Perhaps there remains some tree on a slope that we can see again each day. There remains to us yesterday's street and the thinned-out loyalty of a habit that liked us and so stayed and never departed. Oh, and the night when the wind full of space wears out our faces. Whom would she not stay for? The longed-for, gentle, disappointing one, whom the solitary heart with difficulty stands before. Is she less heavy for lovers? Ah, they only hide their fate between themselves. Do you not know yet? Throw the emptiness out of your arms to add to the spaces we breathe. Maybe the birds will feel the expansion of air in more intimate flight. Yes, the springtimes needed you deeply. Many a star must have been there for you so you might feel it. A wave lifted towards you out of the past, or as you walked past an open window, a violin gave of itself. All this was their mission. But could you handle it? Were you not always still distracted by expectation, as if all you experienced like a beloved came near to you? Where could you contain her with all the vast, strange thoughts in you going in and out and often staying the night? But if you are yearning, then sing the lovers, for long their notorious feelings have not been immortal enough. Those, you almost envied them, the forsaken, that you found as loving as those who were satisfied. Begin always as new the unattainable praising. Think, the hero prolongs himself, even his falling was only a pretext for being, his latest rebirth. But lovers are taken back by exhausted nature into herself, as if there were not the power to make them again. Have you remembered Gastara Stampa sufficiently yet, that any girl whose lover has gone might feel from that intenser example of love? Could I only become like her? Should not these ancient sufferings be finally fruitful for us? Isn't it time that loving we freed ourselves from the beloved and trembling endure as the arrow endures the bow, so as to be in its flight something more than itself? For staying is nowhere. Voices, voices, hear then, my heart, as only saints have heard, so that the mighty call raised them from the earth. They, though, knelt on impossibly and paid no attention. Such was their listening. Not that you could withstand God's voice. Far from it. But listen to the breath, the unbroken message that creates itself from the silence. It rushes towards you now from those youthfully dead. Whenever you entered, didn't their fate speak to you quietly, in churches in Naples or Rome? or else an inscription exaltedly impressed itself on you, as lately the tablet in Santa Maria Formosa. What do they will of me? That I should gently remove the semblance of injustice that slightly at times hinders their spirits from a pure moving on. It is truly strange to no longer inhabit the earth, to no longer practice customs barely acquired, not to give a meaning of human futurity to roses and other expressly promising things, no longer to be what one was in endlessly anxious hands, and to set aside even one's own proper name like a broken plaything. Strange not to go on wishing one's wishes. Strange to see all that was once in place floating so loosely in space. And it's hard being dead and full of retrieval before one gradually feels a little eternity, though the living all make the error of drawing too sharp a distinction. Angels, they say, would often not know whether they moved among living or dead. The eternal current sweeps all the ages within it, through both the spheres forever, and resounds above them in both. Finally, they have no more need of us, the early departed weaned gently from earthly things, as one outgrows the mother's mild breast. But we, needing such great secrets, for whom sadness is often the source of blessed progress, could we exist without them? It is a meaningless story how once, in the grieving for Linos, first music ventured to penetrate arid rigidity, so that in startled space, which in almost godlike youth suddenly left forever, the emptiness first felt the quivering that now enraptures us and comforts and helps. So that was the first elegy by Rainer Maria Rilke. And my first song, if I can find it, is The Moon Song by Karen O. There it is. Okay. Yep, so this is The Moon Song by Karen O. Also featured in the movie Her, where it was sung by Scarlett Johansson. So you may recognize it. So that was The Moon Song, and I'm just going to go straight into the second elegy by Rainer Maria Rilke. Every angel is terror, and yet, knowing you, I invoke you, almost deadly birds of the soul. Where are the days of Tobias, when one of the most radiant of you stood at the simple threshold, disguised somewhat for the journey and already no longer awesome? like a youth to the youth looking out curiously. Let the archangel now, the dangerous one from behind the stars, take a single step down and towards us. Our own heart, beating on high, would beat us down. What are you? Early successors, creation's favorite ones, mountain chains, ridges reddened by dawns of all origin, pollen of flowering godhead, junctions of light, corridors, stairs, thrones, spaces of being, shields of bliss, tempests of storm-filled, delighted feeling, and suddenly solitary mirrors, gathering their own outstreamed beauty back into their faces again. For we, when we feel, evaporate. Oh, we breathe ourselves out and away, from ember to ember, yielding us fainter fragrance. Then someone may say to us, yes, you are in my blood, the room, the springtime is filling with you. What use is that? They cannot hold us. We vanish inside and around them. And those who are beautiful, oh, who holds them back? Appearance endlessly stands up in their face and goes by, like dew from the morning grass, or as ours rises from us, like the heat from a dish that is warmed. Oh, smile! Where? Oh, upward gaze! New, warm, vanishing wave of the heart. Oh, we are that. Does the cosmic space we dissolve into taste of us then? Do the angels really only take back what is theirs, what is streamed out of them? Or is there sometimes, as if by an oversight, something of our being as well? Are we as mingled with their features as there is vagueness in the faces of pregnant women? Did they not see it in the swirling return to themselves? How should they see it? Lovers, if they knew how, might utter strange things in the night air, since it seems everything hides us. Look, trees exist, houses we live in still stand, only we pass everything by like an exchange of air. And all is at one and keeping us secret, half out of shame perhaps, half out of inexpressible hope. Lovers, each satisfied in the other, I ask you about us. You grasp yourselves. Have you a sign? Look, it happens to me that at times my hands become aware of each other, or that my worn face hides itself in them. That gives me a slight sensation. But who would dare to exist only for that? You, though, who grow in the other's delight until overwhelmed they beg no more. You, who under your hands brew richer like vintage years of the vine, who sometimes vanish because the other has so gained the ascendancy. I ask you of us. I know you touch so blissfully because the caress withholds, because the place you cover so tenderly does not disappear, because beneath it you feel pure duration, so that you might promise eternity almost from the embrace. And yet when you've endured the first terrible glances and the yearning at windows and the first walk together, just once through the garden, lovers, are you the same? When you raise yourselves one to another's mouth and hang there, sip against sip, oh, how strangely the drinker then escapes from their action. Weren't you amazed by the caution of human gesture on Attic stelas? Weren't love and departure laid so lightly on shoulders they seemed to be made of other matter than ours? Think of the hands, how they rest without weight, though there is power in the torso. Those self-controlled ones know through that, so much as ours. This is us, to touch our own selves so. The gods may bear down more heavily on us, but that is the gods' affair. If only we too could discover a pure, contained human place, a strip of fruitful land of our own, between river and stone. For our own heart exceeds us, even as theirs did, and we can no longer gaze after it into images that soothe it, or into godlike bodies where it restrains itself more completely. So that was the second elegy, and my second song, if I can get it working for me, is All I Want by Codaline. Sorry, one moment. Okay. Here we go. All I want is nothing more, to hear you knocking at my door. 'Cause if I could see your face once more, all I need is to find somebody. I'll find somebody. But if you loved me, why'd you leave me? Take my body, take my body. All I want is, and all I need is to find somebody. I'll find somebody like you. Cool. So I'm just going to quickly do the third elegy, and then I may have time for one more song. Okay, so the third elegy by Rainer Maria Rilke. To sing the beloved is one thing, another, oh, that hidden guilty river god of the blood. What does he know himself of that lord of desire, her young lover, whom she knows distantly, who often out of his solitariness before the girl soothed him often, as if she did not exist, held up, dripping from what unknowable depths, his godhead, rousing the night to endless uproar. O Neptune of the blood, O his trident of terrors, O the dark storm wind from his chest out of the twisted conch. Hear how the night becomes thinned out and hollow. You, stars, is it not from you that the lover's joy in the beloved's face rises? Does he not gain his innermost insight into her face's purity from the pure stars? It was not you, alas, not his mother that bent the arc of his brow into such expectation. Not for you, girl, feeling his presence, not for you did his lips curve into a more fruitful expression. Did you truly think that your light entrance rocked him so, you who wander like winds at dawn? You terrified his heart, that's so, but more ancient terrors plunged into him with the impetus of touching. Call him, you can't quite call him away from that dark companion. Of course he wants to, and does escape, relieved, winning his way into your secret heart, and takes on and begins himself. Did he ever begin himself, though? Mother, you made his littleness, you were the one who began him. To you he was new, you hung the friendly world over new eyes and defended him from what was strange. Oh, where are the years when you simply repelled the surging void for him with your slight form? You hid so much from him then, you made the suspect room harmless at night. From your heart filled with refuge mixed a more human space with his spaces of night. Not in the darkness, no, in your nearer being you placed the light, and it shone as if out of friendship. There wasn't a single creaking you couldn't explain with a smile, as if you had long known when the floor would do so. And he heard you and was soothed. Your being was so tenderly potent, his fate there stepped, tall and cloaked, behind the wardrobe, and his restless future so easily delayed, fitted the folds of the curtain. And he himself, as he lay there, relieved, dissolving the sweetness of your gentle creation, under his sleepy eyelids into the sleep he had tasted, seemed protected. But inside, who could hinder, prevent the primal flood inside him? Ah, there was little caution in the sleeper. Sleeping, but dreaming, but fevered. What began there? How, new, fearful, he was tangled in ever-spreading tendrils of inner event, already twisted in patterns and strangling growths among prowling bestial forms. How he gave himself to it, loved his inward world, his inner wilderness, that first world within, on whose mute overthrow his heart stood newly green. Loved, relinquished it, went on through his own roots to the vast fountain where his little birth was already outlived. Lovingly went down into more ancient bloodstreams, into ravines where horror lay, still gorged on his forefathers, and every terror knew him, winked like an informant. Yes, dread smiled. Seldom have you smiled so tenderly, mothers. How could he help loving what smiled him? Before you he loved it, since while you carried him, it was dissolved in the waters that rendered the embryo light. See, we don't love like flowers in a single year. When we love, an ancient sap rises in our arms. Oh, girls, this, that we loved inside us, not one to come, but the immeasurable seething, not a single child, but the fathers, resting on our depths like the rubble of mountains, the dry riverbeds of those who were mothers, the whole silent landscape under a clouded or clear destiny. Girls, this came before you. And you yourself, how could you know that you stirred up primordial time in your lover? What feelings welled up from lost lives? What women hated you there? What sinister men you roused up in his young veins? Dead children wanted you. Oh, gently, gently, show him with love a confident daily task. Lead him near to the garden and give him what outweighs those nights. Be in him. Cool. So that is all the elegies I'm going to do. I do have time for one more song. So I know this song is quite a cliche, but a couple friends were quite excited to see me do it, so you're gonna see it. I'm gonna play it. So this is Riptide by Vance Joy, and I apologize in advance. The screen, closest thing to Michelle Pfeiffer that you've ever seen. No, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat 'cause you're gonna sing the words wrong. Oh, lady, Okay, so that is all from me. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, it's definitely fun for me. Yep, so have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Please donate if you can. It would mean a lot to me and everyone who's worked on this. Yep. Okay. Goodbye.
I hope you're having a good time zone, dear hearts. Today I'm going to be reading some poetry for you. First of all, I'm going to be reading Pessimism is for Lightweights by Selena Godin. Think of those that marched this road before, and those that will march here in years to come. The road in shadow and the road in sun, the road before us and the road all done. History is watching us, and what will we become? This road is all flags and milestones, immigrant blood and sweat and tears, built this city, built this country, made this road last all these years. This road is made of protest and those not permitted to vote, and those that are still fighting to speak with the boots stamping on their throat. There is power and strength and optimism to have faith and to stay true to you. Because if you can look in the mirror and have belief and promise, you will share wonder in living things, beauty, dreams, books and art. Love your neighbour and be kind and have an open heart. Then you're already winning at living. You speak up, you show up and stand tall. It's silence that is complicit, it's apathy that hurts us all. Pessimism is for lightweights, there is no straight white line. It's the bumps and curves and obstacles that make this road yours and mine. Pessimism is for lightweights, this road was never easy and straight, and living is all about living alive and lively, and love will conquer hate. The second poem I'll be reading is one I wrote myself on the amazing devil and the community we've built up around it. On Tad. It is probably 4 in the afternoon, that late hour that stretches on from the end of the day into the hope of the evening, the quiet hum of traffic building on the freeway, and the hunger of too early for dinner. The question of what follows after as we hang our to-do list next to our coats, and examine the contents of the fridge and the computer. The day is not yet wasted, but too far gone already to be something, so like clockwork we turn into the neon chasm we made for ourselves to find what blur would drown out the static of the afternoon today. The first time is unremarkable. The second time is a week later, it got stuck in your head. The third time is because you were drawn back as if pulled by a magnet, made of guitars and voices, and suddenly everything else is gathering dust because it feels intimate somehow, as if they found your diary, the secret one you don't dare write down, and set it to music. A cry into the void, and the void cried back. What lies underneath our tamed hearts when we strip back the socialization of electricity, the comfort of a warm bed? What are we, really? When we are left to scream to the notes of humanity, what sound comes out? Humanity is a feral beast waiting beneath a smile in the hopes that one day the world will come crumbling down and we can dance on the ruins of everything that held us back. And humanity is the smile between friends and lovers, and the cat you see before it jumps down a drain, and the knowledge that there are thousands of people ready to give you a hug. And sometimes you scream, and sometimes you cry, and mostly you're empty, but suddenly you're not, filled up with the words you desperately needed when you were 14 years old and curled up at 2 a.m. because what if this is as good as it gets, and what if there's no one? But here's someone. They're singing you to morning to wake up and fight the day, horns and all. You are human, after all, that feral beast that waits in the hopes that one day the world will come crumbling down, that wants to dance in the woods and howl at the moon. And you're the humanity that exists in the smile between friends and lovers, and the cat you see before it jumps down a drain, and the knowledge that there are thousands of people ready to give you a hug. And there are others, there were always others, but now you can see it, bound by the knowledge that you share, the same notes on your hearts, the same blood runs through your veins. It's a family of dear hearts. And here is our home in the corner of quavers and hearts, where notes meet compassion and we ride the lyrics home. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ruthie, and thank you for watching our Dear Hearts Drive charity stream. Don't forget to go donate to Refugee Women Connect and support them in their very important mission of helping women who are refugees, asylum seekers, and survivors of trafficking find new safe lives in the UK. So today, I'm going to introduce you to some of my plants. On this table is less than half of the plants that I currently have. All of my plants except one ivy are succulents because I seem to kill everything that isn't a succulent. Most of these are what I call rescue plants, which means that I went to the store and I found the smallest, saddest plant that I could get for like $3 or $4. and I brought it home and I rehabilitated it. Most of them started off in pots about this size and just kept growing. The first plant that I bought is Todd, and I learned that it was really helpful to my mental health to be responsible for something and watch it grow and flourish. So now I'm going to introduce you to my snake plant family, Meddy, Yorman, and little baby Neo. Meddy and Yorman are named for nicknames for different snake-related beings in different mythologies. Neo is named for the Neowise comet, which comes around about every 6,800 years and was at its peak on my birthday when I got this plant. See the little birthday hat? Next is Iodine. She's from a genus called Lithops, but because she looks more like a cluster of rocks than a plant, they're often called stone plants or living stone. She's named for a Greek myth about a priestess in a temple of Athena that was turned to stone when she saw Medusa's head on Athena's armor. Every day after that, a priestess would chant, "Iodine lives and she demands fire." And that's basically the personality of this plant. If she was a human, she would set things on fire. Now she looks unusual just because that's the type of plant she is, but some plants just grow funny. Like Duncan here, who wanted to be really tall, which I completely understand, but now he can't stand up without this little bamboo stick. And Tatiana, who looks like she's sun-seeking, which is what plants do when they're not getting enough sun, and so they grow out to try and reach it. Except she has plenty of sun, and she just wants to be like that. And then we have Amelia. She started off with one head and then grew another one because she really just has issues with authority. They're just growing funny. They're completely healthy. But sometimes when plants start looking funny, it's because there's actually something wrong with them. This is Rigel, and he's a lot better now, but when I got him, he was completely domed. You can still see it a little bit on his bottom leaves, which is what plants do when they're not getting enough sun, and so they dome to try and increase their surface area and get the most sun they can. And then there's Cobiel, which, if it shows up on camera, he has little white dots on his leaves. And usually little white dots mean bugs, which is bad. But he just has what I call plant acne. It's because I water them with tap water, and the water here is well water and has lots of minerals. So Kobe is getting too many minerals, and so he's expressing them in his leaves. It's completely harmless. He just has acne, and he's a little self-conscious about it. Now, a lot of my plants are aloes. This is Sabrina, and she's very large. She's actually too big for this pot, and I have another pot that I'm waiting to put her in. But she also has these two little babies, which aloe babies are actually called pups. So this is Sabrina and her little pups. And then I have Alice and Marcus, who are the first aloes that I got. A friend gave them to me in a little mason jar, and they basically spent their first year with me looking like they were on the edge of death. Not quite looking healthy, but also not quite dying. But look at them now, they're perfectly healthy, and they're also having aloe pups. Now, what I found with this specific type of aloe is that they're very prolific. They have a lot of pups. The last generation of pups, I think there were something like 24 from just 5 adult aloes. These two are from my first generation of pups. This is Nico and Nemo, and they're already having pups of their own. Basically, these two I think of as teenagers, but they're already having their own little babies. And they also have a sister. They were triplets, and their sister's name is Nessie. Now, you notice that Nessie is very small. She's much smaller than her brother, and she's smaller even than some of the pups. Now, Nessie, when I was putting her in her own pot, I accidentally dropped her off of a second-story deck onto a whole bunch of rocks, and she broke all of her limbs. All of them had to come off. She was basically just a little stump. You couldn't even tell that she was an aloe. And I thought she was gonna die, but I figured, what the hell? I have the pot and the soil prepared. I'll just plant her anyway. And she grew. You can tell that she's an aloe now. And I'm very, very proud of her. Sure, she's smaller than her brothers, and she doesn't have any babies, which is a good thing because I have so many aloe babies. But she's been through a lot, and she had a lot of challenges to overcome, and she's growing at her own pace. And when it comes to succulents, make sure that you understand that they're all different and need different care. I didn't. And so I didn't realize that Ben wanted more water than the rest of the succulents, that he wanted to be watered more often. I had them all on the same schedule, and so he kind of died for a little bit. But this is all, these 3 little bits right here are new growth, and he's growing, and he's being happy now that he's getting his individualized care. And once these leaves get bigger, you can already start to see the little pink on the tip. They'll look like this one, which is really, really cool. Now, so I have a lot more plants, but I'm out of time. And if I was going to show you all of them, it could take like an hour. So thanks for tuning in to the stream. Thanks for meeting my plants. They're happy to meet you. And don't forget to go support Refugee Women Connect.
All right, can everyone hear me? Cool. Right, so hi everyone. My name is Ozzy. I just wanted to start off my piece by saying a massive thank you to everyone who's been involved in this, from my fellow organisers to our insanely talented performers, our lovely audience, and of course, Refugee Women Connect themselves. They do truly amazing work, so please give generously. You'll be happy to know I'm only going to be performing one song for you all today, though I do make a cameo later on, so please prepare yourselves for that. The song I'm going to be singing is Come What May from Moulin Rouge. So, take a breath. Before I talk myself out of it, here we go. All right. Never knew I could feel like this, like I've never seen the sky before. Want to vanish inside your kiss. Every day I love you more and more. Listen to my heart. Can you hear it sing? Telling me to give you everything. Seasons may change, winter to spring, but I love you until the end of time. Come what may, come what may, I will love you until my dying day. Come what may, come what may, I will love you until my dying day. Suddenly the world seems such a perfect place. Suddenly it moves with such a perfect grace. Suddenly my life doesn't seem such a waste. It all revolves around you. And there's no mountain too high, no river too wide. Sing out this song and I'll be there by your side. Storm clouds may gather, stars may collide. But I love you until the end of time. Come what may, come what may, I will love you, I will always love you until the end of time. Thanks very much, everybody, for listening. And as I said before, please donate generously. This is such a wonderful charity, and they deserve all your love. Thanks again for listening. That's it from me.
Right, hi, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Alex, and I'll be reading a few poems today. The first is called Twilight Hours, or The Old Astronomer by Sarah Williams. She's a 19th century poet. Reach me down my Tycho Brahe, I would know him when we meet, when I share my latest science, sitting humbly at his feet. He may know the law of all things, yet be ignorant of how we are working to completion, working on from then till now. Pray remember that I leave you all my theories complete, lacking only certain data for your adding as is meet. And remember, men will scorn it, 'tis original and true, and the obloquy of newness may fall bitterly on you. But my pupil, as my pupil, you have learnt the worth of scorn. You have laughed with me at pity, we have joyed to be forlorn. What for us are all distractions of men's fellowship and smiles? What for us the goddess pleasure with her meretricious wiles? You may tell that German college that their honour come too late, but they must not waste repentance on the grisly savant's fate. Though my soul may set in darkness, it will rise in perfect light. I have loved the stars too truly to be fearful of the night. What, my boy, you are not weeping? You should save your eyes for sight. You will need them, mine observer, yet for many another night. I leave none but you, my pupil, unto whom my plans are known. You have none but me, you murmur, and I leave you quite alone? Well then, kiss me. Since my mother left her blessing on my brow, there has been a something wanting in my nature until now. I can dimly comprehend it that I might have been more kind, might have cherished you more wisely as the one I leave behind. I have never failed in kindness, no, We live too high for strife. Calmness, coldness was the error that has crept into our life. But your spirit is untainted. I can dedicate you still to the service of our science. You will further it? You will. There are certain calculations I should like to make with you to be sure that your deductions are logical and true. And remember, patience, patience is the watchword of a sage. Not today nor yet tomorrow can complete a perfect age. I have sown, like Tycho Brahe, that another man may reap. But if none shall do my reaping, 'twill disturb me in my sleep. So be careful and be faithful, though like me you leave no name. See, my boy, that nothing turn you to the mere pursuit of fame. I must say goodbye, my people, for I cannot longer speak. Draw the curtain back for Venus, ere my vision grow too weak. It is strange the pearly planet should look red as fiery Mars. God will mercifully guide me on my way amongst the stars. And this next poem is called Femina Contra Mundum, which roughly translates to Women Against the World, and it's by G.K. Chesterton. The sun was black with judgment, and the moon blood, but between I saw a man stand saying, to me at least, the grass is green. There was no star that I forgot to fear with love and wonder. The birds have loved me, but no answer came, only the thunder. Once more a man stood saying, a cottage door where through I gaze. That instant as I turn, yea, I am vile, yet my eyes blazed. For I have weighed the mountains in a balance and the skies in a scale. I come to sell the stars, old lamps for new, old stars for sale. Then a calm voice fell all thunder through, a tone less rough. Thou hast begun to love one of my works almost enough. And I've got a final poem, and it's called Hope is a Thing with Feathers by Emily Dickinson. Hope is a thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, the soar must be the storm that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest lands and on the strangest seas, yet never in extremity it asked a crumb to me. And thank you for tuning in, and remember to donate if you can. Refugee Women Connect is doing some amazing work, and it's all going towards a really wonderful cause. That's it from me.
Hello everyone, I'm Chell, and today I'm going to read an extract from one of my favourite books, The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. So I hope you enjoy, and remember to donate to Refugee Women Connect. Chapter 17. When one wishes to play the wit, he sometimes wanders a little from the truth. I have not been altogether honest in what I have told you about the lamplighters, and I realise that I run the risk of giving a false idea of our planet to those who do not know it. Men occupy a very small space upon the earth. If the 2 billion inhabitants who people its surface were all to stand upright and somewhat crowded together, as they do for some big public assembly, they could easily be put into one public square 20 miles long and 20 miles wide. All humanity could be piled up on a small Pacific islet. The grown-ups, to be sure, will not believe you when you tell them that. They imagine that they fill a great deal of space. They fancy themselves as important as the baobabs. You should advise them, then, to make their own calculations. They adore figures, and that will please them. But do not waste your time on this extra task. It is unnecessary. You have, I know, confidence in me. When the little prince arrived on earth, he was very much surprised not to see any people. He was beginning to be afraid he had come to the wrong planet, when a coil of gold, the colour of the moonlight, flashed across the sand. "Good evening," said the little prince courteously. "Good evening," said the snake. "What planet is this on which I have come down?" asked the little prince. "This is the earth. This is Africa," the snake answered. "Ah, then there are no people on the earth?" "This is the desert. There are no people in the desert. The earth is large." said the snake. The little prince sat down on a stone and raised his eyes toward the sky. I wonder, he said, whether the stars are set alight in heaven so that one day each of us may find his own again. Look at my planet. It is right there above us, but how far away it is. It is beautiful, said the snake. What has brought you here? I've been having some trouble with a flower, said the little prince. Ah, said the snake, and they were both silent. Where are the men? The little prince at last took up the conversation again. It is a little lonely in the desert. It is also lonely among men, said the snake. The little prince gazed at him for a long time. You are a funny animal, he said at last. You are no thicker than a finger. But I'm more powerful than the finger of a king, said the snake. The little prince smiled. You are not very powerful. You haven't even any feet. You cannot even travel. I can carry you farther than any ship could take you, said the snake. He twined himself around the little prince's ankle like a golden bracelet. Whoever I touch, I send back to the earth from whence they came. The snake spoke again. But you are innocent and true, and you come from a star. The little prince made no reply. You move me to pity. You are so weak on this earth made of granite. The snake said, I can help you some day if you grow too homesick for your own planet. I can... Oh, I understand you very well, said the little prince. But why do you always speak in riddles? I solve them all, said the snake. And they were both silent. The little prince crossed the desert and met only one flower. It was a flower with 3 petals, a flower of no account at all. Good morning, said the little prince. Good morning, said the flower. Where are the men? The little prince asked politely. The flower had once seen a caravan passing. Men? She echoed. I think there are 6 or 7 of them in existence. I saw them several years ago. But one never knows where to find them. The wind blows them away. They have no roots, and that makes their life very difficult. Goodbye, said the little prince. Goodbye, said the flower. After that, the little prince climbed a high mountain. The only mountain he had ever known were the 3 volcanoes which came up to his knees, and he used the extinct volcano as a footstool. From a mountain as high as this one, he said to himself, I shall be able to see the whole planet at one glance, and all the people. But he saw nothing save peaks of rock that were sharpened like needles. Good morning, he said courteously. Good morning, good morning, good morning, answered the echo. Who are you? Said the little prince. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Answered the echo. Be my friends. I am all alone, he said. I am all alone, all alone, all alone, answered the echo. What a strange planet, he thought. It is altogether dry, and altogether pointed, and altogether harsh and forbidding, and the people have no imagination. They repeat whatever one says to them. On my planet I had a flower. She was always the first to speak. But it happened that after walking for a long time through the sand and rocks and snow, the little prince at last came upon a road, and all roads lead to the abodes of men. Good morning, he said. He was standing before a garden all abloom with roses. Good morning, said the roses. The little prince fixed a gaze at them. They all looked like his flower. Who are you? He demanded, all struck. We are roses, the roses said, and he was overcome with sadness. His flower had told him that she was the only one of her kind in all the universe, and here were 100,000 of them, all alike, in one single garden? She would be very much annoyed, he said to himself, if she could see that she would cough most dreadfully, and she would pretend that she was dying to avoid being laughed at. And I should be obliged to pretend I was nursing her back to health, for if I did not do that, to humble myself also, she would really allow herself to die. Then he went on with his reflections. I thought that I was rich, that a flower that was unique in all the world. And all I had was a common rose. A common rose and 3 volcanoes that came up to my knees, and one of them perhaps extinct forever. That doesn't make me a very great prince. And he lay down in the grass and cried. It was then that the fox appeared. Good morning, said the fox. Good morning, said the prince, responding politely, although when he turned around he saw nothing. I am right here, the voice said, under the apple tree. Who are you? Asked the little prince, and added, You are very pretty to look at. I am a fox, the fox said. Come and play with me, proposed the little prince. I am so unhappy. I cannot play with you, the fox said. I am not tamed. Ah, please excuse me, said the little prince. But after some thought he added, What does that mean, tame? You do not live here, said the fox. What is it that you are looking for? I am looking for men, said the little prince. What does that mean, tame? Men, said the fox. They have guns and they hunt. It is very disturbing. They also raise chickens. These are their only interests. Are you looking for chickens? No, said the little prince. I am looking for friends. What does that mean, tame? It is an act too often neglected, said the fox. It means to establish ties. To establish ties? Just that, said the fox. To me, you are still nothing more than a little boy who is just like 100,000 other little boys, and I have no need of you. And you, on your part, have no need of me. To you, I am nothing more than a fox like 100,000 other foxes. But if you tame me, then we shall need each other. To me, you will be unique in all the world. To you, I shall be unique in all the world. I am beginning to understand, said the little prince. There is a flower. I think that she has tamed me. It is possible, said the fox. On the earth one sees all sorts of things. Oh, but this is not on the earth, said the little prince. The fox seemed perplexed. I'm very curious. On another planet? Yes. Are there hunters on that planet? No. Ah, that is interesting. Are there chickens? No. Nothing is perfect, sighed the fox. But he came back to his idea. My life is very monotonous, he said. I hunt chickens, men hunt me, all the chickens are just alike, and all the men are just alike, and in consequence, I am a little bored. But if you tame me, it will be as if the sun came to shine on my life. I shall know the sound of a step that will be different from all the others. Other steps send me hurrying back underneath the ground. Yours will call me like music out of my burrow. And then look, you see the grain fields down yonder? I do not eat bread. Wheat is of no use to me. The wheat fields have nothing to say to me, and that is sad. But you have hair that is the colour of gold. Think how wonderful it will be when you have tamed me. The grain, which is also golden, will bring me back the thought of you, and I shall love to listen to the wind in the wheat. The fox gazed at the little prince for a long time. Please, tame me, he said. I want to, very much, the little prince replied. But I have not much time. I have friends to discover and a great many things to understand. One only understands the things one tames, said the fox. Men have no more time to understand anything. They buy things all ready-made at the shops, and there is no shop anywhere one can buy friendship. And so men have no friends anymore. If you want a friend, tame me. What must I do to tame you? Asked the little prince. You must be very patient, replied the fox. First, you will sit down at a little distance from me, like that, in the grass. I shall look at you out of the corner of my eye, and you will say nothing. Words are the source of misunderstandings. But you will sit a little closer to me every day. The next day, the little prince came back. It would have been better to come at the same time, said the fox. If, for example, you came at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, then at 3 o'clock I shall begin to be happy. I shall feel happier and happier as the hour advances. At 4 o'clock I shall already be worrying and jumping around. I shall show you how happy I am. But if you come at just any time, I shall never know at what hour my heart is ready to meet you. One must observe the proper rites. What is a rite? Asked the little prince. Those are also actions too often neglected, said the fox. They are what make one day different from other days, 1 hour from other hours. There is a rite, for example, among my hunters. Every Thursday they dance with the village girls, so Thursday is a wonderful day for me. I can take a walk as far as the vineyards. But if the hunters danced at just any time, every day would be like every other day, and I should never have any vacation at all. So the little prince tamed the fox, and when the hour of his departure drew near, "Ah," said the fox, "I shall cry." "It is your own fault," said the little prince. "I never wished you any sort of harm, but you wanted me to tame you." "Yes, that is so," said the fox. "But now you are going to cry," said the little prince. "Yes, that is so," said the fox. "Then it has done you no good at all." "It has done me good," said the fox, "because of the colour of the wheat fields." And then he added, "Go and look again at the roses. You will understand now that yours is unique in all the world. Then come back and say goodbye to me, and I will make you a present of a secret." The little prince went away to look again at the roses. "You are not at all like my rose," he said. "As yet you are nothing. No one has tamed you, and you have tamed no one. You are like my fox when I first knew him. He was only a fox like 100,000 other foxes. But I have made him my friend." "You are like my fox when I first knew him. He was only a fox like 100,000 other foxes. But I have made him my friend. And now he is unique in all the world." And the roses were very much embarrassed. "You are beautiful, but you are empty," he went on. "One could not die for you. To be sure, an ordinary passer-by would think that my rose looked just like you, the rose that belongs to me. But in herself alone she is more important than all the hundreds of you other roses, because it is she that I have watered, because it is she that I have put under the glass globe, because it is she that I have sheltered behind the screen, because it is for her that I have killed the caterpillars, except the 2 or 3 that we saved to become butterflies, because it is she that I have listened to when she grumbled or boasted, or even sometimes when she said nothing, because she is my rose." And he went back to meet the fox. "Goodbye," he said. "Goodbye," said the fox. "And now here is my secret, a very simple secret. It is only with the heart that one can see rightly. What is essential is invisible." to the eye. And I agree with that moral. It's only with the heart one can see clearly. So hopefully you've enjoyed this little extract, and when you look in your heart, you will see clearly that the wonderful people that have performed today are trying their best to raise some money for Refugee Women Connect, and hopefully you'll decide to donate yourself. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Bye. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that extract, and I hope that when you look in your heart,
now you all know the bards and their songs. When hours have gone by, I'll close my eyes. In a world far away, we may meet again, but now hear my song about the dawn of the night. Let's sing the bard song. Tomorrow will take us away, far from home. No one will ever know our name, but the bard songs will remain. Tomorrow will take it away, the fear of today, it will be gone due to our magic songs. There's only one song left in my mind, tales of a brave man who lived far from here. Now the bard songs are over and it's time to leave. No one should ask you for the name of the one who tells the story. Tomorrow will take us away, far from home. No one will ever know our names, but the bard songs will remain. Tomorrow all will be known, and you're not alone, so don't be afraid of the dark and cold, for the bard songs will remain. They all will remain in my thoughts and in my dreams. They're always in my mind. These songs of hobbits, dwarves and men and elves, come close your eyes. You can see them too.
Hi everyone, my name's Latara. That's not my real name. Don't put your real name on the internet. Just saying. This is me She is terrifying. I am fairly convinced she's gonna kill me in my sleep, but this got sent to me by the lovely Coco. So she's gonna help me tell you a story that a bunch of you already know, but I actually, a really long time ago, about like 5-7 years ago, I actually met Joey from The Amazing Devil, and it was at this kind of theater workshop in this community center. On that day, I do remember I was quite tired, and I was, for some reason, I just remember the strangest things, but I was really looking forward to having some lasagna. And I had found this great recipe on the internet, Jamie Oliver, eat your heart out kind of thing. And I was really excited to try it out. So that was what was on my mind as I'm walking to this community center. So I'm there, and there's a group of about like 20 of us. I don't remember. It's a really long time ago. But one of the participants was Joey, represented here with his acoustic guitar that somebody has played Wonderwall on at 3 o'clock in the morning, because you cannot have an acoustic guitar that nobody has done that on. It is a crime. So this guitar has seen things, and he's there at this workshop, and so the best time of the day rolls along, and it is lunchtime. So I'm happy about that, because I'm about to get ingredients for my fancy lasagna that I'm about to make, that I remember 7 years later, because it was that exciting. So, we're walking down to Tesco. There's a group of us, but I've only got 2 hands, so, just picture that. But Joey's kind of rushing off ahead. He's got a lot of energy, bless him. I'm kind of plodding along because, it's too much. It's still like 12 o'clock. I've had only 1 coffee. This guy's probably had like 3 coffees. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on his coffee drinking habits. But, I'm plodding along. He's rushing off ahead. His eyeballs are, I don't even know. But we get to Tesco, and I'm gonna get, I'm thinking I'm gonna get a meal deal for my, this is me, making this face at the idea of getting a meal deal. And I'm also, having a look at some of these ingredients that I need to get for my lasagna. This guy, he's kind of doing his own thing. I'm there, reading the labels for the cheese stuff, when, all of a sudden, bam! I feel this pain in the back of my knee, and I turn around, and there's Joey, and he is grinning. He is looking very pleased with himself, and he is holding this massive block of Tesco, just everyday value cheese or something. I don't even know. It is a massive block of cheese. I remember this because I'm traumatized. And I'm just I turned around, and I'm kind of yeah, making this, when you're kind of, I'm obviously not British, but when you're trying to be British about it, but somebody's just done something a little bit fucked up, and all the while smiling, because you don't want to be that person who, can't take a joke, but at the same time, he's just hit me with a block of cheese in the back of my knee. And just kind of very subtly, kind of, still smiling, just moved away from him. I'm thinking I'm gonna get some chocolate milk for my troubles, and not necessarily to go with my lasagna, but if I were to make that life choice, I feel like that's valid, and I'm a grown adult. My mother would not approve, but you do what you want when you're past a certain age. And so I'm browsing the milk aisle, I'm looking at the various chocolate milks. I'm like, why is there so many different kinds of chocolate milk? Capitalism was a mistake. The agricultural revolution, probably a mistake. I'm browsing, looking at them, and softly gasping at the variety. When all of a sudden, bam, I get hit in the back of my other knee. And I turn around, and this will not surprise you, but I turn around, and it is Joey, and he is holding this massive, this thing is huge, this massive thing of milk. I'm kind of you know, like making that face at, I don't even know if I'm making that face at like because I'm gasping in pain or because it's Joey again and I don't know him from Adam, but he's just hit me twice now, or because that thing of milk is just huge. I mean, that is the size of his torso. I don't even know. So I'm looking at him like, that's not cool, dude. You know, and I'm making the universal face for that's not cool, dude, in England, which is just a kind of, you know, when you're looking like you're a bit cross, which over here means that you're fucking furious. Yeah, I'm making that face. And so I just walk away from him. I don't even smile at this point. I just walk away from him. I get to the checkout, you know, I've got all my stuff and the checkout is going really slowly. Like, you've got this like old dear and she is scanning people's items and it's going at the rate of beep, beep, beep. And I'm there like, this is gonna take forever. I'm resigned to my fate. I don't even know, like this lunch break is kind of nearly over at this point, so I'm just like, I'm not having a good day. Get to the front of the checkout, plop my items down, and I take a good look at this checkout lady, and she is, you know, her hair. It's in her hair, it's in her eyes, it's all over her face. She is just covered in yogurt. I'm just kind of looking at her like, oh, like I'm kind of, you know, my face is kind of saying, wow, you've had a day. And her face is kind of saying, yeah, I've had a day. And, you know, we're communicating non-verbally. She gives me my stuff. I'm paying her the money. When all of a sudden we just hear this cackle. And we're both like, now, I'm sure this does not surprise those of you at home watching, but it's Joey, and he is holding the biggest pot of yogurt, like strawberry yogurt, I guess, that I have ever seen in my life. And I realize that he must have covered that poor woman in yogurt. And you know, he's there with this pot of yogurt, you know, clutching onto it. There's yogurt kind of dripping down his shirt, you know, it's like he's kind of vibrating with excitement, so it's like going everywhere. And you kind of see, like, I see it as though in slow motion when in reality it must have happened, you know, over a decent period of time. But this security guy, this like older gentleman with like a mullet, the security guy is just kind of approaching him like, sir, you need to come with me, kind of thing. And he is cackling, you know, he's just laughing. He is very pleased with himself, and he is being kind of escorted off the premises by Tesco security, and he's not fighting, you know, he's not resisting, he's just kind of going with it. So he's being escorted out, you know, the doors open, you can hear this giggle, you know, as he leaves the store, the doors shut, and the giggling abruptly stops, and there is blessed silence, cursed silence. I don't know what kind of silence it is, but it is silent. And I'm watching, and several other people are watching this incident unfold in silent horror. And I realize that this guy, you know, this guy I barely know, you know, I'm just doing a workshop with him. He's hit me with a block of cheese. He has hit me with a jug of milk. He has covered this poor woman in yogurt. And I'm not mad. I'm not disappointed. Just all I can think of is how dare he? This is the worst thing I've ever done.
That's not true.
Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me. My name's Addie and I'm here
to give us our first donation update of the stream. So I can announce that so far we have raised a total of, drum roll, £1,340, which is amazing. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who's donated so far. You're all amazing. And if everyone could please just continue to give generously. We want to raise as much money as we possibly can for this charity, and every penny will go towards doing great things. So thank you everyone for donating so far, and please continue to donate. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Hi everyone, I'm Fizzy. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far, and I'm going to sing a couple of songs for you now. I was Cleopatra, I was young and an actress, when you knelt by my mattress and asked for my hand. But I was sad, you asked it, as I laid in a black dress, with my father in a casket. I had no plan, and I left the footprints, the mud stained on the carpet, and it hardened like my heart did when you left town. But I must admit it, that I would marry you in an instant. I'm your wife, I'd be your mistress just to have you around. But I was late for this, late for that, late for the love of my life. And when I die alone, when I die alone, when I die, I'll be on time now. While the church discouraged any lies that burn within me, yes, my flesh, it was my currency, but I held true. So I drive a taxi, and the traffic distracts me from the strangers in my backseat that remind me of you. But I was late for this, late for that, late for the love of my life. And when I die alone, when I die alone, when I die, I'll be on time. The only gifts from my Lord were a birth and a divorce. But I've read this script and the costume fits, so I'll play my part. I was Cleopatra, I was taller than the rafters, but that's all in the past now and gone with the wind. Now a nurse in white shoes leads me back to my guest room. It's a bed and a bathroom and a place for the end. I won't be late for this, late for that, late for the love of my life. And when I die alone, when I die alone, when I die, I'll be on time now. And the heart is hard to translate, it has a language of its own. It talks in tongues and quiet sighs, in prayers and proclamations, in the grand deeds of great men, in the smallest of gestures, in short, shallow goals. But with all my education, I can't seem to command it, and the words are all escaping and coming back all damaged. But I would put them back in poetry if I only knew how. I can't seem to understand it, and I would give all this and heaven too. I would give it all that I could just understand the meaning of the word you see, 'cause I've been scrolling it forever, but it never makes sense to me at all. And it talks to me at tiptoes, and it sings to me inside. It cries out in the darkest night, and it breaks in the morning light. But with all my education, I can't seem to command it, and the words are all escaping and coming back all damaged. And I would put them back in poetry if I only knew how. I can't seem to understand it, and I would give all this and heaven too. I would give it all if only for a moment that I could just understand the meaning of the word you see, 'cause I've been scrolling it forever, but it never makes sense to me at all. No words, the whole language, it doesn't deserve such treatment. And all my stumbling phrases never amounted to anything worth this. Feeling all this in heaven never could describe such a feeling as I feel, and words were never so useful. So I was screaming out a language that I never knew existed before. He says, oh baby girl, you know we're gonna be legends. I'm a king and you're a queen, and we will stumble through heaven. If there's a light at the end, it's just the sun in your eyes. And know you wanna go to heaven, but you're human tonight. And I've been sitting at the bottom of a swimming pool for a while now, drowning my thoughts out the sound. And do you feel like a young god? You know the two of us are just young gods, and we'll be flying through the streets with the people underneath, and they're running, running, running. And do you feel like a young god? You know the two of us are just young gods, and we'll be flying through the streets with the people underneath, and they're running, running, running again. He says, oh baby girl, don't get caught on my edges. I'm the king of everything. My tongue is a weapon. If there's a light in the crack, it's just the sun in your eyes. And know you wanna go to heaven, but you're human tonight. And I've been sitting at the bottom of a swimming pool for a while now, drowning my thoughts out the sound. And do you feel like a young god? You know the two of us are just young gods, and we'll be flying through the streets with the people underneath, and they're running, running, running. And do you feel like a young god? You know the two of us are just young gods, and we'll be flying through the streets with the people underneath, and they're running, running, running. again. And we'll be running, running, running again. And we'll be running, running, running. You know it is 12 o'clock in Soho. It's gin o'clock where I wake up, I don't know. And I think about you though, everywhere I go. I've done everything and I've been everywhere, you know. I've been fair gold by sweet fools in Abu Dhabi. And I've danced real slow with rockets on dodgy Molly. But I've had no love like your love from nobody. I'd be appalled if I saw you ever try to be a saint. Wouldn't fall for someone I thought couldn't misbehave. But I want you to know that I've had no love like your love. Honey, when you warm the bed on Wednesday, it's Suicide Tuesday back in LA. And if I had the choice between hearing either noise, the excitement of 1,000 or the soothing of your voice, at first chance, I'd take the bed warmed by the body. I once warmed my hand over a burning Maserati. Still I've had no love like your love from nobody. I'd be appalled if I saw you ever try to be a saint. Wouldn't fall for someone I thought couldn't misbehave. But I want you to know that I've had no love like your love. On the other side, why should we deny the truth? We could have less to worry about, honey, I won't lie to you. But everything I do, and I've had no love like your love.
Folks, I am just popping in to say that it seems like we have officially reached our goal of 1,500 pounds for this stream. So yeah, we have already reached our goal. Thank you all so much. Please continue donating. Keep vibing with us on the stream. And I guess watch me now. Hey y'all, my name is Coco and I really hope you are enjoying the stream so far. This video is kind of a follow-up to Atara's Tesco joke earlier today. And why is this related? Well, it's because I'm the one who made all these terribly cursed sock puppets. Yes, I made these from Canada and mailed them to her. So I just thought I'd chat about them a little bit because I am actually quite proud of the creative process here. So I have the yogurt and the cheese here. The cheese is literally 2 circles of cardboard that I kind of stuck together and then wrapped around in fabric poorly. And it really looks more like a tiny cushion than an actual wheel of cheese, but it's the best I've got, so we're going with it. The yogurt is actually an empty yogurt container. I don't know where my roommate got these tiny yogurts, but I was like, hey, I'm making a tiny yogurt. And she was like, do you want a legitimate container? So this is a tiny yogurt container that I went and swished some, it was pink and white paint mixed together with some water, and then I just literally kind of spun it around and left it drying this way so that it would look like it was pouring out from one area. And then same cloth as was on the cheese, but we'll ignore that for the sake of the joke. And then just a hair tie on top to secure it on so it looks like a little pot of yogurt. And I don't know how Tara's gonna use these, but she can take it off if she wants to, if Joey is pouring the yogurt. And then we come to the actual sock puppets. What I did for the sock puppets is I bought a bunch of googly eyes, and also I wanted fun socks for these, so I found these children's socks with llamas on them. So all of these guys have llamas on them. These sock puppets have googly eyes hot glued to them. This is like a little tassel I made of string, and then I sewed it on as the hair. So this is the regular checkout lady. I don't know if Atara is going to actually use a regular checkout lady, but I figured it would be good to have one just for reference. This is normal checkout lady. And then, yes, I am putting 2 sock puppets on of the same character. Just, I don't know what my life's become. This is yogurt covered checkout lady. So you can see that normal checkout lady has white string for hair that keeps falling in her eyes, and then yogurt covered checkout lady has pink string with pink paint on it. This is like the yogurt. This was made with water mixed with pink and white paint. And then I literally like poured it over it to make it look like well, that someone had poured yogurt over her. And then I like dabbed some paint like on the bottom and just on top, just so that there was an adequate amount of yogurt for this. Atara puppet is the only puppet with a mouth, mostly because I couldn't be bothered to make this for every other puppet. Essentially, I've cut the sock open. This is actually a cardboard flap with fabric on top, and I've just hot glued them all down together so that there is like a little opening for the mouth. It's actually done very poorly because I was kind of panicked when the hot glue started going on. So then the mouth was glued quite quickly, so it's quite messy and her lips are uneven. Sorry, Atara. These googly eyes are glued onto a piece of foam and then glued onto the sock so that they would stand up for dramatic effect. I have eyelash yarn for eyelashes here. I don't know if you can see that, but that is the same eyelash yarn that is Joey's hair, and then just a bunch of yarn for Atara's hair, which we made blonde. And then it's an absolute mess back here. I really just went for it with the hot glue, really. And that's a Tara puppet. I did the same things with the eyes for the Joey puppet with the foam, and then this is the eyelash yarn that I used for eyelashes for Atara, that I made like 2 pom-poms out of and just glued and sewed down kind of willy-nilly for like this very misshapen mass of hair. And I also have this little, like, I'm pretty sure it's a ukulele keychain that came with my ukulele case. I've just kind of sewed that on. I will like re-sew it and also hot glue it, but it's just kind of dangling right now that I put on so Joey can have a pretend guitar. I was going to make a tiny guitar, and then I realized I had this keychain, so I just took the keyring off and attached it to Joey. By the way, I'm very sorry about this. Joey is never going to see this, but I'm very sorry about the puppet. That's really all I wanted to pop in and say. Again, I hope y'all are enjoying the stream. Please donate to RWC. They're doing tons of great work, and there are many resources about that linked in the description of this video. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Bye, y'all.
And voices every night I hear them howling deep beneath your bed. They said it all comes down to you're the daughter of sightless watching stones. You watch the stars hurl all their fundaments and wonderment at you and yours, forever asking more. You are that space that's in between every page, every chord, and every screen. You are the driftwood and the rift. You're the words I promise I don't mean. You drank but drinking, sank but sinking. They thought us blind, we were just blinking. And all the stones and kings of old will hear us screaming at the cold. Remember me, I ask. Remember me, I sing. Give me back my heart, you wingless thing, of all the horrors that I promised you I'd bring. I promise you they'll sing of every time you passed your fingers through my hair and called me child. Witness me, old man, I am the wild. You are the son of every dress in a box, and I am time itself. I slow to let you play. I steal the hours and turn the night into day by day. Oh Lord, three things I pray that I might understand as best I can how bold I was, could be, will be, still am, by God still am. Fret not, dear heart, let not them hear the motherings of all your fears, the fluttering of all your wings. Welcome to the storm. I am thunder, welcome to my table. Bring your hunger. Think of all the horrors that I promised you I'd bring. I promise you they'll sing of every time you passed your fingers through my hair and called me child. Witness me, old man, I am the wild. Remember me, remember me, remember me, remember me, I ask. Remember me, I sing. Think of all the horrors that I promised you I'd bring. I promise you they'll sing of every time you passed your fingers through my hair and called me child. Witness me, old man, I am the think of all the horrors that I promised you I'd bring. I promise you they'll sing of every time you passed your fingers through my hair and called me child. Witness me, old man, old man, old man. I am the rybaku mój, okiełznaj córki zakus, bo grać chcę co sił na mym rogu, skoro świt, a niedobrze, gdy wiesz, chędoży ją bies, wnukiem twym będzie faun, co skacze jak pła, mały beczący koziołek. O Fischhändler, steh deiner Tochter Hunger, drum schenkt ihr mein Horn, denn es wächst stets von vorn. Wenn ein Wicht in sie sticht, macht es Spaß sicher nicht, und ein Enkel wird Stern, denn er gleicht einem Faun. Er bleibt den ganzen Tag, hey ho! Oh fishmonger, come cool your daughter's hunger, to pull on my horn as it raises in the morn. For this not but bad luck, to fuck with a pack, lest your grandkid be born a hairy young fawn, bleating and braying all day, hey ho. Oh fishmongers do the ba ba, the fishmongers do the ba ba ba, the fishmongers do the ba ba, the fishmongers do the ba ba ba. Ande shouldn't let you torture me so sweetly. Now I can't let go of this dream. I can't breathe, but I feel good enough. I feel good enough for you. Drink up, sweet decadence. I can't say no to you. And I completely lost myself, and I don't mind. I can't say no to you. Shouldn't let you conquer me completely. Now I can't let go of this dream. Can't believe that I feel good enough. I feel good enough. It's been such a long time coming, but I feel good. And I'm still waiting for the rain to fall. Pour real life down on me, 'cause I can't hold on to anything that's good enough. Am I good enough for you to love me too? So take care what you ask of me, 'cause I can't say no. I dream of the winter in my heart turning to spring, while the ice gives way under my feet. And so I drown with the sun. I've been burning in water and drowning in flame to prove you wrong and scare you away. I admit my defeat and walk back home in your heart under the rose. I open my eyes with a sigh of relief as the warmth of summer sunlight dances around me. And I see you with the leaves in your hands. I've been burning in water and drowning in flame to prove you wrong and scare you away. I admit my defeat and walk back home in your heart under the rose. I've been burning in water and drowning in flame to prove you wrong and scare you away. I admit my defeat and walk back home. Your heart under burning in water and drowning in flame, to prove you wrong and scare you away. I admit my defeat and walk back home in your heart under the rose. In your heart under the rose. In your heart under the rose. Zapachniało powiewem jesieni, z wiatrem zimnym uleciał słów sens. Tak być musi, niczego nie mogą już zmienić brylanty na końcach twych rzęs. Tam, gdzie mieszkasz, już biało od śniegu, szklą się lodem jeziora i błota. Tak być musi, już zmienić nie może niczego zaczajona w twych oczach tęsknota. Wróci wiosna, deszcz spłynie na drogi, ciepłem słońca serca się ogrzeją. Tak być musi, bo ciągle się tli w nas ogień, wieczny ogień, który jest nadzieją. The scent of autumn breezes, what a cold wind, the words have fled from meaning. This must be so, nothing may no longer change the diamonds on the ends of your lashes. Where you live is already white with snow, frozen sunlight, piercing lake and mud. This must be so, already this cannot be changed. Lurking in your eyes, the longing. Spring returns and roads the rain will flow. The heat of the sun will warm the heart also. This must be so. The embers within us still burn, the eternal fire which is hope. Na szlak moich blizn poprowadź palec, by nasze drogi spleść gwiazdom na przekór. Otwórz te rany, a potem zalecz, aż w zawiły losu ułożą się wzór. Z moich snów uciekasz nad ranem, cierpka jak agrest, słodka jak bez. Chcę śnić czarne loki splątane, fiołkowe oczy, mokre od łez. Za wilczym śladem podążę w zamieć i twoje serce wytropię uparte. Przez gniew i smutek stwardniałe w kamień rozpalę usta smagane wiatrem. Z moich snów uciekasz nad ranem, cierpka jak agrest, słodka jak bez. Chcę śnić czarne loki splątane, fiołkowe oczy, mokre od łez. Nie wiem, czy jesteś moim przeznaczeniem, czy przez ślepy traf miłość nas związała. Kiedy wyrzekłem moje życzenie, czyś mnie wbrew sobie wtedy pokochała. Z moich snów uciekasz nad ranem, cierpka jak agres, słodka jak bez. Chcę śnić czarne loki splątane, fiołkowe oczy, mokre od łez. Look around at how lucky you are to be alive right now. Look around. How long was I gone? A day or so. Vexalia, what have you done? I prayed to the gods, told them to send you home. I begged them to send you home, and I'm not sorry. I knew you'd fight until the war was won, but you deserve that chance to fix your gun. Look around at how lucky we are to be alive right now. Even after the mistakes I've made, how far from grace that I've strayed, you've no more debts to be paid. Look around. Look at where you are. Look at where you started. The fact that you're alive is a miracle. Just stay alive, that would be enough. We could win this war with a fraction of your charm, or a fragment of your mind. Look out, world, that would be enough. I don't pretend to know the challenges you're facing, the evils you're erasing and creating in your mind. But I'm not afraid. I know who I've chosen. So long as we come home at the end of the day, that would be enough. We all are broken. We all imperfect. We could find a peace of mind if you could let me inside your heart. Or let me be a part of the narrative in the story about I'll tell someday. Let this moment be the first chapter where we don't run away. And I could be enough, and we could be enough. That would be enough. Wolves asleep amidst the trees, bats all are swaying in the breeze, but one soul lies anxious, wide awake, fearing no manner of ghouls, hags, and raids. For your dolly-poly sleep has flown down there. Let her tremble alone, for the witcher, heartless cold, paid in coin of gold. He'll come, he'll go, leave naught behind but heartache and woe. Deep, deep woe. Birds are silent for the night. Cows turned in as daylight dies. but the one soul lies anxious, wide awake, fearing no manner of gold tax and raids. My dear Dolly Polly, shut your eyes, lie still, lie silent, utter no cries, as the witcher, brave and bold, paid in coin of gold. He'll chop and slice, you cut and dice, you eat, you up whole, eat you whole. So the second to last song that I'm going to sing would have never happened if not for the amazing Chrissy from the Tat server, who has written those beautiful lyrics that I just had to give melody to. So yes, thank you, Chrissy, and I hope you all enjoy. You are gravity, you pull me down. You're the rain in which I drown. You stand by and watch how I sing before I swim, how I fail before I begin, how I crash before I fly, how I beg before I die, how the darkness is coming closer, but you stay silent and blind. The darkness is coming closer, but I find myself confined. The 11th hour, can't you hear? My time has expired. I tried not to lose hope, to lock it deep inside, but it still escaped, even though I sealed it tight. Everyone stood by and watched how you spewed venom at me, how I found myself unfree, how I still whispered, please stay, how you simply turned away. How the darkness is coming closer, the bright sun perished at last. The darkness is coming closer, and the future has passed. The 11th hour, how does it feel to see what you have done to me? Please, I'm afraid of the darkness, hiding monsters and the voices saying I have nothing left to live for. Please take back those words that murdered me. If I could only change our fate, it's just that my hands are tied. I have to stand by and watch how disaster unfolds, how autumn turns cold, how the world falls apart, how my love departs. How the darkness is coming closer, and the songs turn jarring and cold. The darkness is coming closer, no moonlight or gold. The 11th hour, why do you not see? Darkness has devoured me. And the last song is also one of mine, and it's for you, dear hearts. Days melting together again. You wish the mornings would stay away. Every breath has to fight its way out. You are just so tired of this But darling, you were promised by the stars and the cold north wind to abide with eyes like a frozen river, with hair like the bark of dark northern trees, a heart warm enough to melt your frozen one, and a voice like the melodic sound of a Triton talking out loud. Alone you sit in the darkness again. Your thoughts are making living so hard. The others seem too busy to see. You wish to escape from this, but darling, you were promised by the stars and the cold north wind to abide with eyes like a frozen river, with hair like the bark of dark northern trees, a heart warm enough to melt your frozen one, and a voice like the melodic sound of a Triton talking out loud. There is something there waiting for you, my love. Don't turn away, don't let it go. There is beauty in the night, magic in this cruel world. Even if there is no light, be the star above, because you were promised by the stars and the cold north wind to abide with eyes like a frozen river, with hair like the bark of dark northern trees, a heart warm enough to melt your frozen one, and a voice like the melodic sound of a Triton talking out loud. I was promised by the stars and the cold north breeze to abide with eyes like a frozen river, with hair like the bark of dark northern trees, a heart warm enough to melt my frozen one, and a voice like the melodic sound of a Triton talking out loud.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining me for the Refugee Women Connect charity live today. My name is Solène, I'm almost 30. I'm a graphic designer by day, and I do also some illustrations on the side. So what I can show you today is to work with me on a new piece. I'm gonna work from my personal projects. So yeah, here we go. It's going to be some kind of chit chat where I'm going to explain to you how I work, what's my creative process and everything. So we are starting from nothing. I just picked a few references for the illustration. I'm going to work on some kind of covert project for Gawain. I don't know, in French it's Gawain. The main character from the Green Knight legend. This is one of my favorite stories from the Arthurian mythology, so this is an exciting project. As you can see, I picked up a few references I'm going to use for inspiration, work on the kind of atmosphere of the illustrations, and some kind of statues, Greek statues. I'm going to need for the posing of the characters. So here we go for the sketch. This is going to be messy, just small warning. My creative process is usually very messy in the first stages. I just roughly kind of put on the page the different characters. This is going to be a lot of trial and errors for this one. My main idea is to work on the relationship between the three main characters of the story. There is Gawain, I never know how to pronounce that in English, which is the main character, the knight from the King Arthur court, and two kind of antagonists, which are Lord and Lady Bertilac. And yes, I wanted to represent that on the illustration, so I'm just trying to pick the dynamic of the different statues as inspiration. Mm. Yeah, deciding which way the characters are going to look is more difficult than what I expected it to be. Mm. Mm. One of the key elements of the story is the green scarf given by the lady to the knight, and I wanted maybe to make them all ends around this scarf, but it's going to be difficult to fit in a picture, so more anatomy struggle for me, I guess. So maybe it's going to have it there, and I wanted to link the three characters together. Mm. Mm. I want to give it this kind of dark fantasy vibe. So here we go for designing costumes. I like to kind of throw everything on the canvas and then try to work from there. Just looking through my notebook because I usually start by working on some references on my sketchbook. Mm. I usually fill tons and tons of pages of sketchbooks before I even start thinking about the digital parts. And as you can see, I have absolutely no idea how to draw classical medieval armors. So just going to figure the different elements and come back to this later. And try to do a better job at the whole thing. Little cheating to fix anatomy mistakes. I do hope you've been enjoying your watch of the stream so far. If you haven't, please consider donate from the Refugee Women Connect page. Any donation can make a difference. Okay, so now that I have roughly the characters in the disposition I want for the rest of the illustration, I just like to kind of throw some colors and just work on the different atmosphere colors I can think of, because before going through the line and cleaning up the sketch. So, on for some lucky guess. I don't really know. I want it to be quite dark with some obvious green accents. I did not prepare my color palette, so I guess it's going to be difficult. Okay, so I guess I'm just going to add some shadows. Can you have gold, green there? So do I want the source light to come from there or outside the circle? I don't really know. So maybe just the background is going to be quite dark, and then this is going to be dark there. And then we're going to have the Queen scarf. It's going to link the characters together, I guess. This. Something like that, probably. Well, that's a start, I guess. Thanks again for joining for the live stream. If you want to donate for the charity, please use the link in the description.
Hi, folks. We are just going to play our opening messages once again in the stream. So we're going to start with Hannah, a member of the advocacy team from Refugee Women Connect.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah. I'd like to say hello to everyone who's watching this video and people who are going to join the meeting. So thank you so much for collaborating with other organizations to receive some foundation for Refugee Women Connect. And I would like to say a few words about Refugee Women Connect and advocacy team, where I'm the member of. So they are so amazing people, amazing organization, amazing charity, and they support us how much they can, and they do like mental health teams. They help us with like cases, like solicitors. They help us to find a solicitor. They are supporting us with papers, like when we need some advice and where to go, because most of the asylum seekers, they don't speak English, so they are there for us to help us to find the better place and the right way where we need to go. So yeah, thank you so much everyone, and please, please, please support Refugee Women Connect. Thank you so much.
Hey there, gang. I'm Ozzy, and this is Pickle. We're just dropping in to give you a quick update on where we are so far. So I wanted to start off by saying a massive, massive thank you to everyone who has donated already. You guys have absolutely blown us away. Our current total is sat at £1,752, which, as you'll already know, is above our target of 1,500. All I can say is, guys, just please keep giving. You've been incredible. And remember, if you are a UK taxpayer, you can gift aid your donation, which means that, thanks Pickle, which means that you can, the charity will receive an extra 25 pence for every £1 that you donate for free. So please remember to do that if you can. Thanks again, everyone, for donating, and enjoy.
And we'll play one more announcement here.
Hi guys, it's Joey here. Just trying to find Madeline, but oh, there she is. What's going on? You getting greedy? That's not Madeline. There's Madeline. She's looking so disinterested. So are you. What's going on? Do you want some food? As you can tell, those of you with powers of deduction, the keen eye, you might have noticed that that's not Madeline. That's an alpaca that I found. As I'm currently working on a farm. Here it is. Whee! And as Madeline can't be here, what are you muttering about? Unbelievable. Spitting at me, Diva. As you can tell, I'm on my own, but Madeline sends all of her love, and just wanted to say thank you to all the lovely dear hearts out there who are bringing their creativity to the world. And what are you? I haven't got anything. Why are you faffing about? I haven't got anything. Come here. Just wanted to send our love and also offer up a little auction. Oh! Of an amazing devil song of your choice. Whoever puts in the most amount of money for this fantastic cause. We'll do a little Zoomy gig for you if you fancied. So anyway, I'm gonna go and get on with these. Interrupted. Are you coming? Come here. Come here, say hello. Rah, rah, rah. So cross. All the time. Blep, blep, blep. Sorry for this really long, faffy video. But love you very, very much, everyone. Thank you so much for doing this. And I'll see you on the other side of this fluffy madness. Lots of love. See you later.
Alrighty, hello everyone. So I am once again showing y'all where you can donate towards our goal, and also towards the auction. So this is our fundraising page. If you scroll down, you can see Dear Hearts Drive in our description, our logo, and I haven't reloaded this in ages. It doesn't actually say 240 pounds. But there's a green donate button here that you press for donate, and it will bring you to the payment page. This is a link we've also been sharing because there's been some confusion on the donate button. So you go down here and you can select all of your payment options. And this page, under where it says Dear Hearts Drive, is where you will need to donate to count towards our goal, as well as for the auction. If you use the orange button up here, it will still go to Refugee Women Connect, which is the important thing. However, it will not count towards our target or towards the auction. And once again, just to note that the Dear Hearts Drive is only the fundraising page for the auction. This is something that the Amazing Devil decided to do on their own with barely any notice for us and Refugee Women Connect. And the Amazing Devil will be handling that on their own. And with that being said, let's continue with our amazing performances.
It's what my heart just yearns to say, in ways that can't be said. To my rotting bones will sing, and the rest of me is dead. It's what's engraved upon my heart, the letters deeply wide. Today I somehow understand the reason I was born, 'cause outwardly says I try so hard to make you laugh at me. And she does, she laughs as though she's not heard the joke 10,000 times before, and he adores her. He watches her get dressed as though she's hurtling through time. Oh, darling, please be mine. She promises to fight them all when it all becomes too much. And he curses at the world for leaving him behind, and he's fallen out of touch, and she is stronger than he's ever been, he knows. She brushes her hand through his hair, he's got so much fucking hair, then he holds it close, just to keep the warmth at bay. When there's sure no one can hear, she'll turn to him and say, she'll turn to him and say, it's not fair, it's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me laugh when I'm actually really fucking cross at you for something. And he'll say, oh how unreasonable, how unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. Spend my days so close to you, as if I'm standing here. Maybe everyone will think I'm alright. I've seen enough, he says. I know exactly what I want. And it's this life that we've created, inundated with the fated thought of you. And if you asked me to, if you asked me, I would lose it all, like petals in a storm. 'Cause darling, I was born to press my head between your shoulder blades at night when light is fading. Just to let you know, I'm old, waylaid, and feels like I am wading into carpet burns and carousels. Christ, you'll be the death of me, and calm throughout this melodrama. She will turn and say, dear heart, it's me, it's me. You don't need to pretend to be someone you're not, 'cause it's not like I've never heard you fart and snore. And for some godforsaken reason, I'm still here, love, like I've always been before. And he'll say, it's not fair, it's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me weep when I'm just trying to watch The Office with my aunt. And she'll say, oh how unreasonable, how unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I'll spend my days so close to you, 'cause if I'm standing here, maybe everyone will think I'm cool. fair. How unfair they'll sing as they dance across the darling rooftop wreck. He'll trip, and she'll pretend not to have seen, burying her head into his chest and clinging to the moment. Where have you been? She'll whisper, waited oh so long for you to come. And as the stars above them hum and hear them, I'll turn to her and say, that's what she said. It's not fair, it's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me ache, you bastard. And he'll say, oh how unreasonable, how unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I'll spend my days so close to you, as if I'm stood here, I'll stand here with you.
The Oak Tree, John Ray Ryder Jr. A mighty wind blew night and day. It stole the oak tree's leaves away, then snapped its boughs and pulled its bark, until the oak was tired and stark. But still the oak tree held its ground, while other trees fell all around. The weary wind gave up and spoke, how can you still be standing, oak? The oak tree said, I know that you can break each branch of mine in two, carry each leaf away, shake my limbs and make me sway. But I have roots stretched in the earth, growing stronger since my birth. You'll never touch them, for you see, they are the deepest part of me. Until today I wasn't sure of just how much I could endure. But now I've found, with thanks to you, I'm stronger than I ever knew. Don't Quit by Edgar A. Guest. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're trudging seems all uphill, when the funds are low but the debts are high, and you want to smile but you have to sigh, when care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Life is strange with its twists and turns, as every one of us sometimes learns, and many failures turn about when we might have won had we stuck it out. Don't give up though the pace seems slow, you may succeed with another blow. Success is failure turned inside out, the silver tint of the clouds of doubt. You can never tell how close you are, it may be near when it seems so far. So stick to the fight when you're hardest hit, it's when things seem worse that you must not quit. Still I Rise by Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awfully hard? 'Cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise.
Hi guys, my name is Bridget G. We're probably just around the 3-hour mark now. I don't know exactly where we are, but I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. I'm going to be performing a 5-song set today. 2 of them are by The Amazing Devil, and the other 3 are from various adaptations of The Witcher. You may hear another voice singing along in the background. That's Kai. Hello. My first song is one that many of you probably know. That's right, it's Toss a Coin to Your Witcher, featuring my ukulele, which I've affectionately named Bailey. Enjoy. When a humble bard graced a ride along with Geralt of Rivia, along came this song. When the White Wolf fought a silver-tongued devil, his army of elves at his hoofs did they revel. They came after me with masterful deceit, broke down my lute and they kicked in my teeth, while the devil's horns minced our tender meat. So cried the Witcher, he can't be bleed. Toss a coin to your Witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your Witcher, oh valley of plenty. At the edge of the world, fight the mighty horde that bashes and breaks you and brings you to mourn. He thrusts every elf far back on the shelf, high up on the mountain from whence it came. Oh, he wiped out your pest, got kicked in his chest. He's a friend of humanity, so give him the rest. That's my epic tale. Our champion prevailed, defeated the villain. Now pour him some ale. Toss a coin to your Witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your Witcher, oh friend of humanity. Toss a coin to your Witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your Witcher, a friend of humanity. Toss a coin to your Witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your Witcher, a friend of humanity. All right, thank you everyone. My next song is from the Amazing Devils album Horror in the Wild. It is an absolute joy to play. It has become one of my favorites over the last few months rehearsing, and it is called Welly Boots. It is featuring my guitar, which I've affectionately named Casey with a C. Just one second, we're getting the lyrics up. So we can make this as smooth as possible. All right, it's cool. Children, storm is coming on. What do you mean you've lost your scarlet belly boots? You know what they cost. Wear a raincoat, or it'll soak you to the bone. What's it like, the children ask? It's just like falling snow. I'm above you and I love you. Don't you know that I'll be with you all along, as long as you are kind to those who want it strong. You cannot find your scarlet belly boots, 'cause when it's cold, I'll wrap my scarf around you, and when it's hard, I'll place your head into my hands. When you scream that it's not fair, it's like I've gone off to the coast, left you behind, just standing there, pretending not to see your ghost. If only you could hear my voice, you are screaming far too loud to hear me. So swear, just because I left doesn't mean that I'm not still there. Get to watch you grow up now and make me proud, make all of those mistakes that made me laugh. Oh darling Lord, how you made me laugh. Get drunk for me, sing louder than you've sung for me. Grow young each time that thunder in your lungs begins to roam around the world. So you were always strong. When you were young, you kicked things just to see if they would fall. They'd say that girl, she's wrong, but I'll stick up for you, even though you haven't got a clue. You haven't got a fucking clue. And I'm so proud of you. And when they laugh at us, you'll feel my fingers down your back. And when you scream I'm not alright, throw my picture at the wall. You were supposed to be my light and keep me safe against them all. How could you leave me here? You'll scream louder, I'll scream back to you from that unknown and say, I know you're strong enough, I know you're strong enough, I know you're strong enough to do this on your own. I know you're strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your own. I know you're strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your own. I know you're strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your own. I know you're strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your, strong enough to do this on your own. Years from now at night, that storm will break. You'll step outside to feel it shake. Barefoot walk across the lawn. You'll miss me, oh Jesus Christ, you'll miss me just as much as all those years ago. And you'll look at the storm, you'll say, been so scared you left me here behind. Do you not care? How the fuck am I supposed to carry on without you here? Just when you're about to give up every hope you have, you turn around, perched by the stairs. Someone's gone and left behind a brand new pair of scarlet belly boots. All right, so that's the end of the stringed instruments, and now we're going to move into piano pieces. So the next two songs are going to be from various adaptations of The Witcher, which I've absolutely fallen in love with. The first is Her Sweet Kiss from the Netflix series, And the second is Woven Storm, otherwise known as Priscilla's Song, which is from The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. I hope you enjoy. Yeah. The fair sex they often call it, but your loss isn't fair as a crook. It steals all my reason, commits every treason of logic with naught but a look. The storm raging on the horizon of longing and heartache and lust. She's always bad news, it's always lose-lose. So tell me love, how is that just? But the story is this, she'll destroy with her sweet kiss, her sweet kiss. Oh, but the story is this, she'll destroy with her sweet kiss. Her current is pulling you closer and charging the hot humid night. The red sky at dawn is giving a warning, you fool, better stay out of sight. I'm weak, my love, and I am wanting. This is the path I must trudge. I welcome my sentence, give to you my penance, the altar, jury, and judge. But the story is this, she'll destroy with her sweet kiss, her sweet kiss. Oh, but the story is this, she'll destroy with her sweet kiss. Oh, but the story is this, she'll destroy with her sweet kiss, her sweet kiss. Oh, but the story is this, she'll destroy with her sweet kiss. Oh, but the story is this, she'll destroy with her sweet kiss. These scars long have yearned for your tender caress, to bind our fortunes, stem what the stars are, rend my heart open, then your love profess, a winding, weaving fate to which we both are torn. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks in twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm, to find your heart is passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone, amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven walks in twisted stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if my love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found. You flee, my dream come the right, so my last song is actually my absolute favorite by The Amazing Devil. It was the first one that I heard, and I've loved it ever since. My roommates had to hear it many a time because I love it a lot. And I actually loved it so much that I figured out how to play it by ear on piano because I was so desperate to be playing it. So without further ado, this is King. I'll keep the king when you are gone away. Into darkness and howling, I'll keep him from drowning as our boat is untethered from the dock. I'll keep the king, keep him safe at bay. I'll keep him safe from the dark things that await in that house at the top of the rock. In that house at the top of the rock. There've been times I know how to stand up at the bow, and the waves of our bodies and the smell of our follies rips into the back of our nose. You fumble through the dark, however wide and deep and far, my dear. The waves made of fingers and the madness that lingers rips into the bark of our bones. And let the seabirds cry, oh, let the seabirds cry. I'll keep the king, I'll keep the king, I'll keep him safe from the dark things that wait in that house on the top of the rock. I'll smile as I climb the stairs to the light that you keep burning there. And our missiles that are waltzing and our shadows that are waltzing, covering up the flesh of my fears. I know your fingernails the color of rust, and your veins are empty of dust. But our voices collide with each howling tide, singing all hell, and its fire waits for us. And let the seabirds cry, oh, let the seabirds cry. I'll keep the king, I'll keep the king, I'll keep him safe from the dark things that wait in that house on the top of the rock. And let the seabirds cry, oh, let the seabirds cry. The wind in its shackles, the old fisher's tackles, the sea in its waters, everyone wants a daughter, every moon in the sky, every promise and lie, all hell and its fire waits for us. I'll keep him safe from the dark things that wait in our house at the top of the house at the top of. I'll keep the king. I'll keep the king. I'll keep him safe from the dark things that wait in our house at the top of the rock. Thank you guys so much for listening to my little set. I hope that you enjoyed it. Don't forget to donate to Refugee Women Connect. We've passed our goal, but there's still so much good that your donations can do. And it's going to support a wonderful cause. Bye. Thank you to everyone who has already donated.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for joining us today for the Dear Hearts Drive charity stream with Refugee Women Connect. My name is Nina, and I've put together a few songs to sing for you guys. The first song I'll be singing today is the Skyboat song. You might recognize it as the theme song from the show Outlander, but it was originally written in the late 19th century, detailing the escape of the Bonnie Prince Charlie to the Isle of Skye after defeat at the Battle of Culloden. I've chosen to sing the much more whimsical version written by Robert Louis Stevenson. Next, you'll hear the Siren Song from the film O Brother, Where Art Thou? And following that, a duet with my friend Ozzy as we sing For Good from Wicked. Then I'll wrap up my time with Somewhere That's Green from Little Shop of Horrors. Please enjoy the art and don't forget to donate to this incredible cause. Sing me a song of a loss that is gone, sacred that lies beyond. Mary of soul, she sailed on a day over the sea to sky. More was a stern ram on the port, big on the starboard bow. Glory of youth glowed in her soul. Where is that glory now? Sing me a song of a lass that is gone, sacred that lies beyond. Mary of soul, she sailed on a day over the sea to sky. Give me again all that was there. Give me the sun that shone. Give me the eyes, give me the soul, give me the last that's gone. Sing me a song of a lass that is gone, sacred that lies beyond. Mary of soul, she sailed on a day over the sea to sky. Billow and breeze, islands and seas, mountains of rain and sun. All that was good, all that was fair, all that was me is gone. Sing me a song of a lass that is gone, sacred that lies beyond. Mary of soul, she sailed on a day over the sea to sky. Go to sleep, you little babe. Go to sleep, you little babe. Your mom's gone away and your daddy's gonna stay. Didn't leave nobody but the babe. Go to sleep, you little babe. Go to sleep, you little babe. Everybody's gone in the cotton and the corn. Didn't leave nobody but the babe. Your sweet little babe. Your sweet little babe. The honey in the rock and the sugar don't stop. Gonna bring a bottle to the babe. Don't you weep, pretty babe. Don't you weep, pretty
to sleep, you little babe. Come and lay your bones on the alabaster stones and be my ever-loving babe.
I've heard it said that people come into our lives for a reason, bringing something we must learn, and we are led to those who help us most to grow if we let them. And we help them in return. Well, I don't know if I believe that's true, but I know I'm who I am today because I knew you. Like a comet pulled from orbit as it passes the sun. Like a stream that meets the border halfway through the wood. And who can say if I've been changed for the better? Because I knew you. I have been changed for good.
It will maybe that we will never meet again in this lifetime. So let me say before we part, so much of me is made of what I learned from you. You'll be with me like a handprint on my heart. And now whatever way our stories end, I know you have rewritten mine by being my friend. Like a ship blown from its mooring by a wind off the sea, like a seed dropped by a skybird in a distant wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better? But because I knew you, because I knew you, I have been changed for good. And just to clear the air, I ask forgiveness for the things I've done you blame me for.
But then I guess we know there's blame to share,
And none of it seems to matter anymore.
As it passes the
by a wind off the sea,
like a stream that meets
like a
the
seed
border
dropped by a
halfway through the wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better? I do believe I have been changed for the better. Because I knew you.
Because I knew you. Because I knew you. I have been changed.
his father, he knows best. Our kids watch howdy doody as the sun sets in the west. A picture out of Better Homes and Gardens magazine. Far from Skid Row, I dream we'll go somewhere that's
Well, that'll wrap up my time with you guys today, and thank you so much again for joining us here for the Dear Hearts Drive with Refugee Women Connect. Even if you can't donate, please share and spread the word for this great cause, and stick around for even more entertainment. I think I've got time for at least one terrible joke, so here we go. What is a pirate's favorite letter? You'd think it'd be R, but it'd be the C. Yeah, I make no apologies for that. Thank you again, and it was such a pleasure to be here.
Alrighty, hi, my name is Puck. Welcome to the Dear Hearts Drive, and I'll be playing you a little bit of music today. Alrighty, so we're gonna start you off with some Robert Hallow and the Holy Men. I had not seen gray leaves until that walk. I passed them by and did not pause, as might I had myself, had I crossed paths with me. What time I had to rest is now long gone, and though I may remember moonlit halls, the earth suits me better now, as does the sun, but night it seems can offer sleep, not rest, and must be used to dream of those gray leaves, between my homes, my homes, my homes, my homes. Alrighty, and now gonna get going with a little Cohen. Little Leonard Cohen, to be clear. Alrighty. It's 4 in the morning, the end of December. I'm writing you now just to see if you're better. New York is cold, but I like where I'm living. There's music on Clinton Street all through the evening. I hear that you're building your little house deep in the desert. You're living for nothing now. Hope you're keeping some kind of record. Yes, and Jane came by with a lock of your hair. She said that you gave it to her that night that you planned to go clear. Did you ever go clear? The first time we saw you, you looked so much older. Your famous blue raincoat was torn at the shoulder. You'd been to the station to meet every train, and you came home without Lily Marlene. And you treated my woman to a flake of your life. And when she came back, she was nobody's wife. Well, I see you there with a rose in your teeth. One more thin little thief. I see Jane's awake. She sends her regards. And what can I tell you, my brother, my killer? What can I possibly say? I guess that I miss you. I guess I forgive you. I'm glad that you stood in my way. If you ever come by here, for Jane or for me, well, your enemy is sleeping and his woman is free. Yes, and thanks for the trouble you took from her eyes. I thought it was there for good, so I never tried. And Jane came by with a lock of your hair. She said that you gave it to her that night that you planned to go clear. Sincerely, L. Cohen.
Alrighty, well, I have one more for you, and I can't hear you, but if you're at home and you know this, sing along. This is a little sea shanty called Santiana. Oh, Santiana gained a day away, Santiana, Napoleon of the West, they say, along the plains of Mexico. Well, heave her up and away we'll go, away, Santiana, heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. She's a fast clipper ship and a bully good crew, away, Santiana, and an old salty Yank for a captain too, along the plains of Mexico. Well, heave her up and away we'll go, away, Santiana, heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. Santiana fought for gold, away, Santiana, around Cape Horn through the ice and snow along the plains of Mexico. Well, heave her up and away we'll go, away, Santiana, heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. 'Twas on the field of Molly Del Rey, away, Santiana, well, both his legs got blown away along the plains of Mexico. Well, heave her up and away we'll go, away, Santiana, heave her up
and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. It was a fierce and bitter strife away, Santiana. The General Taylor lost his life along the plains of Mexico. Well, heave her up and away we'll go away, Santiana. Heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. Santiana, now we mourn. Away, Santiana. We left him buried off Cape Horn, along the plains of Mexico. Alrighty. It was fun singing for y'all. I hope you'll donate to Refugee Women Connect, and have a nice day.
Hey everybody, this is Tardy. I am one of the organizers of this event. Thank you all so much for joining us. We are so glad to have you all with us today. Thank you so much for donating. I did want to give you a couple of updates for those of you who are interested in donating toward the auction that Joey Beatty mentioned in his video that he so generously made for us. If you are interested in pooling your resources to increase your contribution for that auction, there is a maximum of 10 people in the Zoom call. That is 10 people besides the Amazing Devil. So you can get 9 of your friends together and put your money together. Make sure that all goes through as a single donation, because Refugee Women Connect does not have any way to tell who is putting their money together if you don't do it all as one lump sum. So behind the scenes, do what you have to, PayPal each other, Venmo, but please do know there is a maximum of 10 people in a single pool. If you are donating for the auction, please do use our link, the Dear Hearts page, and please do use the button just above our target. If you use the button in the banner, Refugee Women Connect will still get the money, but it will not be counted towards our total, and you will not be entered in the auction. If you are the winning donor for the auction and you get to enjoy a Zoom concert with the Amazing Devil, there will not be any recording allowed. That is per their request. So please do honor their wishes. And again, the Dear Hearts Drive has nothing to do with the auction. We did not know that the Amazing Devil was going to be doing that, and we do not have any way to track your donations. That is all through Refugee Women Connect. Please do continue to donate generously, whether you are donating for the auction or just because you really want to help us support this amazing organization that is doing very important work for women seeking asylum in the United Kingdom. We really appreciate you sticking with us. We're about halfway through our drive today. Many of our performers are performing live, so we appreciate your support of them. One other note, the donations for the auction will close at 3 p.m. UTC on Tuesday. That gives you a couple of days to get your money together, get to a payday, whatever it is you need to do. Donations after that will still go to Refugee Women Connect, but they will not be entered into the auction. So yeah, thank you so much for being with us, and we will keep performing for you.
Hello, my name is Emily. I am one of the mods for the Dear Hearts Drive, and I'm just popping in with a little update on our donation totals. So to the minute, we have raised £2,869 for Refugee Women Connect. This is nearly twice the goal that we set for ourselves. And I want to emphasize this is mostly small donations. So a lot of this is very small donations that people are making out of the goodness of their hearts, whatever they can contribute. It all matters. Just to give you some idea, £500 is diapers for one child for 1 year. So Refugee Women Connect is going to make such good use of every single pound, every single dollar that's donated. So keep giving. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated so far. And we are only halfway through the stream, so stay tuned.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah. I'd like to say hello to everyone who's watching this video and the people who are gonna join the meeting. So thank you so much for collaborating with other organizations to receive some foundation for Refugee Women Connect. And I would like to say a few words about Refugee Women Connect and advocacy team, where I'm the member of. So they are so amazing. Amazing people, amazing organization, amazing charity. And they support us how much they can, and they do like mental health teams. They help us with like cases, like solicitors. They help us to find a solicitor. They are supporting us with papers, like when we need some advice and where to go, because most of the asylum seekers, they don't speak English. So they are there for us to help us to find the better place and the right way where we need to go. So yeah, thank you so much everyone. And please, please, please support Refugee Women Connect. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, my name is Meg, and this is my cat Gimbal. She wanted to join us today. And I'm going to be reading aloud some famous love letters throughout history, finishing off with one of my own. Yeah, I hope you all enjoy. And I will be starting off, cat hair, with the letters between Vita Sackville West and Virginia Woolf. So, first one. January 21st, 1927, from Vita Sackville West. I am reduced to a thing that once, Virginia. I composed a beautiful letter to you in the sleepless nightmare hours of the night, and it has all gone. I just miss you, in quite a simple, desperate human way. You, with all your undumb letters, would never write so elementary a phrase as that. Perhaps you wouldn't even feel it. And yet, I believe you'll be sensible of a little gap. But you'd clothe it in so exquisite a phrase that it should lose a little of its reality, whereas with me it is quite stark. I miss you even more than I could have believed, and I was prepared to miss you a good deal. So this letter is really just a squeal of pain. It is incredible how essential to me you have become. I suppose you are accustomed to people saying these things. Damn you, you spoilt creature. I shan't make you love me any more by giving myself away like this. But, oh my dear, I can't be clever and standoffish with you. I love you too much for that. Too truly. You have no idea how standoffish I can be with people I don't love. I have brought it to a fine art. But you have broken down my defenses. And I don't really resent that. Virginia Woolf's response has a pretty famous line. 1927 from Virginia Woolf. Look here, Vita, throw over your man, and we'll go to Hampton Court and dine on the river together and walk in the garden in the moonlight and come home late and have a bottle of wine and get tipsy, and I'll tell you all the things I have in my head, millions, myriads. They won't stir by day, only by dark on the river. Think of that. Throw over your man, I say, and come. Those were the letters between Vita Sackville West and Virginia Woolf. The next are excerpts of love letters from Margaret Mead, the famous anthropologist, to Ruth Benedict. I don't have any replies from Ruth, unfortunately, and many of these excerpts don't have exact dates, but they are all in chronological order. So, let's begin. The letter is from Margaret Mead to Ruth Benedict. August 1925. Ruth, dear heart, the mail which I got just before leaving Honolulu and in my steamer mail could not have been better chosen. 5 letters from you, and oh, I hope you may often feel me near you as you did, resting so softly and sweetly in your arms. Whenever I am weary and sick with longing for you, I can always go back and recapture that afternoon out at Bedford Hills this spring, when your kisses were rained down on my face, and that memory ends always in peace, beloved. A few days later, Ruth, I was never more earthborn in my life, and yet never more conscious of the strength your love gives me. You have convinced me of the one thing in life which made living worthwhile. You have no greater gift, darling, and every memory of your face, every cadence of your voice is a joy whereon I shall feed hungrily in these coming months. Later still, I wonder whether I could manage to go on living, to want to go on living, if you did not care. In December, Ruth, what have I done that is wrong? What have I done? It is very truth that your love is keeping me alive. I could only face life for you now. I love you, always. Then, Ruth, Ruth, you'll never doubt that I love you, love you, love you. Soon I'll make you believe it. August 26, 1926. Ruth, dearest, I am very happy and an enormous number of cobwebs seem to have been blown away in Paris. I was so miserable that last day I came nearer doubting than ever before the essentially impregnable character of our affection for each other. And now I feel at peace with the whole world. You may think it is tempting the gods to say so, but I take all this as a high guarantee of what I've always temperamentally doubted. The permanence of passion, and the mere turn of your head, a chance inflection of your voice, have just as much power to make the day over now as they did 4 years ago. And so, just as you give me zest for growing older rather than dread, so also you give me a faith I never thought to win in the lastingness of passion. I love you, Ruth. The next letters are from famous poets Allen Ginsberg and Peter Orlovsky. They are both prominent gay writers in the 1960s, and the letters mean a lot to me because of the feeling in them and some of the things they say. I will just wait for you to discover. From Allen Ginsberg, January 20th, 1958. Dear Petey, oh heart, oh love, everything is suddenly turned gold. Don't be afraid, don't worry, the most astounding, beautiful thing has happened here. I don't know where to begin, but the most important. When Bill came, we thought it was the same old Bill, mad, but something had happened to Bill in the meantime since we last saw him. But last night, finally Bill and I sat down facing each other across the kitchen table and looked eye to eye and talked. And I confessed all my doubt and misery, and in front of my eyes, he turned into an angel. What happened to him in Tangiers these last few months? It seems he stopped writing and sat on his bed all afternoons, thinking and meditating alone, and stopped drinking, and finally dawned on his conscience slowly and repeatedly every day for several months. Awareness of a benevolent, sentient feeling censored to the whole creation. He had apparently, in his own way, what I've been so hung up in myself and you, a vision of big, peaceful love brain. I woke up this morning with great bliss of freedom and joy in my heart. Bill's saved, I'm saved, you're saved, we're all saved. Everything has been all rapturous ever since. I only feel sad that perhaps you left us worried when we waved goodbye and kissed so awkwardly. I wish I could have that over to say goodbye to you happier without the worries and doubts I had that dusky dusk when you left. Bill has changed nature. I even feel much changed. Great clouds rolled away as I feel when you and I were in rapport. Well, our rapport has remained the same in me, with me, rather than losing it. I'm feeling to everyone something of the same as between us. A few weeks later, Peter replied, "Don't worry, dear Alan. Things are going okay. We'll change the world yet to our desire, even if we got to die. But, oh, the world's got 25 rainbows on my windowsill." Ginsburg received Orlovsky's reply the day after Valentine's Day, and he immediately replied, "I have been running around with mad, mean poets and world eaters here, and was longing for kind words from heaven, which you wrote came as fresh as a summer breeze, and when I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored and sorrows end. Come over and over in my mind. It's the end of a Shakespeare sonnet. He must have been happy in love too. I never realized that before. Write me soon, baby. I'll write you a big, long poem I feel as if you were God that I pray to. Love, Alan." 9 days later, Allen Ginsberg sent another letter. "I'm making it all right here, but I miss you, your arms and nakedness and holding each other. Life seems emptier without you. The soul warmth isn't around. Bill thinks new American generation will be hip and will slowly change things, laws, and attitudes. He has hope there for some redemption of America finding its soul. You have to love all life, not just parts, to make the eternal scene. That's what I think since we've made it, and more I see that it isn't just between us. It's feeling that can be extended to everything. Though I long for the actual sunlight contact between us, I miss you like a home. Shine back, honey, and think of me." He ended that letter with some prose. "Goodbye, Mr. February, as tender as ever, swept with warm rain, love from your Alan." You could definitely see aspects of the Pride movement in the letters between them. So next letter I have is the one of my own writing. It was written during this pandemic, and the recipient will remain anonymous. But I hope you enjoy. Let's begin. My dearest, first off, allow me to apologize for the amount of time it's taken me to write you back. It feels I'm filled with words until the moment I most need them. My darling, I want to write pages of prose of my feelings for you. I want to put all the romantics to shame, but I find that impossible because there's not one singular thing I feel specifically. Thinking of you is exactly like thinking of life. There are tens of thousands of concepts smashing into one another, so many I shan't even entertain the thoughts of trying to describe it simply. You make me feel so much, but I must confess the first thing I feel upon thinking of you is fear. It baffles me how such an ugly thought could rear its head at the thought of you, but I cannot deny its existence. Dear heart, let me be the first to say I am not easy to love. I am a person full of flaws and mistakes like any other, but I find that these traits are highlighted by my own hand frequently. Furthermore, I have also learned that it is not easy for me to love. I call myself a poet, and yet cannot truly say I've given my heart away time and time again. I gave it to someone once. I might have loved them. I'll never be sure. But they gave it back to me bruised and battered. After a lifetime of being pulled away from bonds, I had learned to wait before giving myself away. After a heartbreak and many tears, I swore to myself never again. But so soon you swept in, and my darling, you make it so easy. My heart was still so tender. I had just locked it away, but I talked with you and began to give it away without even noticing. You make it seem so easy to love. You make it so tempting to throw in my all, and it terrifies me. You make me feel so much more than I thought I would, and it's frightening and it's exhilarating. Dear heart, I wouldn't trade that fear for the world if it means I get just a taste of the happiness I feel when I think of you. I am not the most holy person. It's been a long time since I've prayed to a God, but being with you makes me truly believe in a heaven. All my waking thoughts are haunted by your voice, your smile, and by God, you've left me undone more times than you will ever know. I don't often dream at night, but when I do, they are dreams of your hands in mine and the sound of your laugh on repeat. My darling, the thought of you is like a supernova in my chest, and I welcome the feeling with open arms. You have carved yourself into my being. Your name has become a constellation in my universe. I am no true poet, but love, you make me feel like I am. Before ground was lost between us, I never imagined what you could become to me. My greatest regret may well be that I didn't recognize your importance to me sooner. These countless days drag on like years. Every minute I breathe air not shared with you, a minute mourned. My dearest, these hours are the hardest because these are the hours in which I crave your company the most. Only the thought of your warm arms pull me through the tumultuous currents of yearning. Darling, my world was nothing but a blank canvas before you came and painted the night with stars. You are more than my sunshine, more than the moon. You are the thousands of beauties that make this life worth living. Universes explode inside me when I think of you. I dream of what the cosmos in my chest will do the day I can finally feel your sweet kiss. I don't know how long we'll have. I don't know if we will one day lose our affections or if they will last until our last breath. But, my love, you will forever hold a piece of my heart. You make me a poet in my own right. It is not my words, it is not my feelings. It is you who I've given myself to. Take it. Take my wretched heart, the difficult thing, for it belongs to you now. Do with it what you wish. Come what may, I will forever thank the heavens for allowing me to gift it to you for however long. With love as plentiful as the stars in the sky, Meg. I hope you all enjoyed the love letters. If you have the opportunity, I highly recommend looking these up because they are so beautiful and so many of them have such love and pain that you feel it just reading the words. I hope you all will click on the link and donate to Refugee Women Connect. It is a wonderful charity. It is doing wonderful things, and I hope that you can say that you've been part of the change we're making as well. I'll leave it to the next person. Have a great day.
Hi, everyone. I hope that you're all enjoying the stream so far. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Dear Hearts Drive. We are here in support of Refugee Women Connect, who are addressing the rights and needs of women in the asylum-seeking community in the UK. So if you haven't done so yet, pop over to the link in the description and donate. Where is my page? There it is. Yeah, so that's what the donation page looks like. You'll have to scroll down to get to our donate button, which is in yellow. So my name's Emily Kottman. I am live right now. I will not be looking at the chat because there's a little bit of a delay with the between the what my video and the the YouTube. But if you ask any questions throughout my stream or anything like that, I will certainly respond to them after. What I'm going to be doing for you today is translating modern lyrics into Old English. And this is a sort of artistic hobby of mine, which I will explain a little bit more in a minute. I should let you know I have a bachelor's degree in linguistics from The Ohio State University, and I especially I'm nervous. I especially mention that because I know that I have some of my old professors who are joining us here on the stream today to watch, and I am so happy that they were able to join. So thank you to them. Credentials are nice, but not totally necessary to do this, and I'm going to show you how I do it, and it's very playful and fun, and I find it really calming, I guess. So the reason I do this is actually somewhat related to why we're here, why we're supporting this specific charity. And yeah, why do I do this? Why translate things into Old English? It's not just because it sounds cool, although that's enough of a reason to do anything. I do this because I think it's important to know where we come from, and it helps me to sort of explore my own ancestry. And I think it's really important to recognize that every person who has ever lived or will ever live or is living now led a full human life. And that can be really difficult to understand if all you have left of a language is church music, right? So I like to translate folk music and other things that give us this sense that, you know, our ancestors felt unrequited love or felt anger at the government, for example. So this is me sort of reaching back to say, you know, I see you in a way that I'm not able to do with the existing Old English corpus. So Old English is anywhere between 700 CE and about 1200 CE. So we're talking like 1,000-year-old language that we're going to be working with today. When I translate, my goal is to create something that's usable, that's recognizable as the same song, and that people in the past could understand. So I try to listen well to the original song and figure out what makes it work, what themes are important to the artists, and sort of let that shine through. This means I'm not as concerned about how accurate the translation is. I get it fairly accurate. I have to give myself that credit. But I am less concerned if we just like drop a pronoun or the final vowel in a word, for example. I'm less concerned about that than about making sure that, like, if the song is very class conscious, which The Amazing Devil's music is, I want to preserve that more than I want to get the grammar right. So yeah, so we'll take a couple artistic liberties when we do our translation. The way that my process works, I'm going to choose a lyric at random here on the stream. And then we're going to do the translation in 3 steps. First, we will build a glossary for each word. We'll apply grammar rules in the second step, and then we'll make artistic choices, and then we have to try to sing it and see if it fits with the music. So let's choose our lyric. The way that we're going to do this, and I'm going to shuffle a couple of my things here. The way we're going to do this is actually inspired by Joey's D&D monster video. For those of you who have seen that, I'm going to roll a D8. This is my very first D8 that I got in college when I should have been doing my linguistics homework. And using whatever number I roll, I have a journal over here with lyrics by The Amazing Devil, which we can translate. So I rolled a 1. And a 1 gives us, watch the fire, surprise, surprise, burn up and up into those skies, from the New York Torch song. Excellent. All right, so that's what we're going to be translating today. I'm going to hop over here and write this up on my paper. And I'm going to try to remember not to talk to you while my back is turned, because my microphone doesn't like to pick that up. If this ends up a little bit blurry for you, I'm not totally sure what, we rehearsed this, but I'm not sure what my camera is going to do. I am going to say out loud anything I write on here, so we'll have a couple of different ways for you to know what I'm doing. All right. See if I can kind of face the camera and talk. One of the things I want to mention is a sort of philosophy that I use when I'm translating. So I have lots of anxieties about, you know, oh, the art that I make, the art that I am allowed to make with my given credentials and blah, blah, blah. I have a lot of those stories that kind of knock around in my head. And I'm working on kind of getting free of those and just doing things. And so when I'm translating, one of the things I say to myself is, I'm not sculpting marble, I'm building a sandcastle. Because when you're working with words, whether you're translating songs or you're writing a novel or you're writing songs or poetry, there is no material that's wasted. So you can put as many things on the page as you want. You can write down many, many versions of what you're trying to create. And the most that's going to happen is you're going to need to buy a new journal. You're not wasting, you're not, wrecking a very expensive piece of marble. You're just scribbling, and it's very freeing. I love that. So that's kind of my operative philosophy for this. So we're going to scribble some things here on the board. Now, the next step, so this is we've got our lyric down, right? Watch the fire, surprise, surprise, burn up and up into those skies. And step one is building a glossary. So we're going to translate each one of these words into Old English, find at least one equivalent for each word. And the way that we're going to do that is using a wonderful tool called the Bosworth-Toller Anglo-Saxon Online Dictionary. I am actually going to scribble up the some of the words that I've already looked up for this. You'll see when we get to it in a minute, looking up these words can feel kind of monotonous to watch. It's fun to watch one, I think, but watching all of them might be a little much and take a lot of time. So I've looked some of them up already, and I'm going to do one to demonstrate for you. So as I write these up, watchen, you might actually recognize some of them because history is not actually that far away. We're not all that different from what we were 1,000 years ago. All right, so far I've written up watchen, se för ella onwar befaran. And I put 3 different words here because I'm not sure which one we're going to end up using. We're going to leave ourselves some options. That's what I was talking about in terms of, playing with sandcastles. You come down here. You can still see me on my knees on the floor. Up is exactly the same. It has not changed. Same with into. And the word skies is the one that I'm going to demonstrate. We're going to do together. So put my big blue marker away. And let me show you this wonderful tool called the Bosworth-Toller's Anglo-Saxon Dictionary Online. I'm going to be such a nerd about this. I love this website. It's totally free to use. It's not behind a paywall. You don't need a university account or anything to access it. It is absolutely fabulous. The admins are wonderful. I've emailed them and told them like, hey, I'm going to use it for, for a charity stream, and they were super excited. So the way that you use this is you can either search for an Old English word. So we could search for example, and have it, it's not giving me a drop down. What you doing, Bosworth-Toller? I, of course, have books for backup. You always need to have books for backup. All right, so you can search for a word. I'm going to show you while it's loading. Search for an Old English word and then find the dictionary entry for that. Let's try it again. Huh, okay, that's fine. Don't do what I want you to. But we're not looking for Old English words. We're looking for modern English words, and we want the Old English equivalents. So we're going to go down to advanced search and put in our modern English word, sky. And we don't want it in head word, we want it in definition. So we want to find entries where the definition of, oh, there we go. This is good. This is exciting. It's riveting that this website is not working as expected. That's okay. There we go. They've actually been doing some updates to this website lately. It's another reason that I emailed the admins because I wanted to know what they were planning, and they've actually made it a lot more user-friendly. So we have sky. We're going to put it in definition, and then we're going to click noun because I don't actually know other uses of sky, but just it'll make it easier for us. Click search and then scroll down, and we have our results. 13 is a very manageable number to look through. So we already are seeing North Roder, the north part of the sky. Ooh, the lofty sky, Heer Roder. Heer is high, like anything high up. And it meant it had those same sort of connotations of like lofty and grand and all of that. So that's always fun to encounter. Opheaven, heaven that is up. That's awesome. Swegel, swegel in a physical sense, heaven or sky. We're gonna write that one down because I like it. And that's very scribbled. I don't imagine you can read that, but it is what it is. All right, Hador. Hador was occurring in Roder. Hador Luft. I like Luft. If you speak German, that'll be familiar to you. A clear, serene sky. Oh, I like that. Hador and Luft. And we're gonna find, let's see if there's any more. Heavenwolchen, Swegel candle, the candle of the sky. That's the sun. It's really fun when you're working with a language where a lot of the existing text is poetry, because you have all of these really wonderful compound words. Uproder, the technical term, the firmament, the fixed stars. Did we have roder? I don't know. I don't know why I don't love that word. Vulcan Constantinus, what? No. Get out of here, Constantine. No monarchy. All right. I think we're good. I think that's enough words for sky. So now we have finished step one. We have our glossary. So the reason that I have multiple words listed is because in step two, we are going to change the form of some of those words. When we apply grammar rules, we're going to add endings or change root vowels or things like that. So those words are going to, kind of shift and transform a little bit. And then in step three, we're going to make artistic choices. And the artistic choices that we make might be based on the word sounds to get us things like rhyme and assonance and all of those, like really good, just generally good word sounds that you want in a song. And but we're also going to make artistic choices based on theme and philosophy. And so, like I said, I really want to honor the original intent of a song. So, for example, I can tell you now, Hador gave us like this, or was it? I can tell you now, I'm not like super. Oh, it was roder. Yeah, I totally threw that word out because I don't like in this song, the heaven of the fixed stars, a technical term. It feels a little bit, I don't know, it feels like it has all these associations that I don't know that I want for New York Torch Song. And maybe I'm imagining things, but that's why we're here, right? We're all here to imagine things. All right, so I'll leave that page up. And let's go on to step two. So step two is applying grammar rules. And I have another wonderful resource. Sorry, my head is like half cut off. Another wonderful resource for applying grammar rules. This is called the Old English Magic Sheet. Somebody made this. Let's see. A supplement to Peter S. Baker, Introduction to Old English, 3rd edition. Fabulous. Somebody made this and then shared it online, and it is essentially all of the sort of like the verb conjugations. I'm going to show you. I had to print this out. I was going to screen share it, but it's a lot. It's like all the verb conjugations and all the forms of the word the, and and all the he, hers, it's, theirs, all of that you could need in Old English on this one 8.5 by 11 sheet, and it's like one of the great joys of my life. So I'm going to use that up at our word wall to start changing some of these words around. So this is where we start paying attention to things like part of speech and which thing is the subject and which thing is being acted upon. And then this is a perfect case study for that. So watchen se fyr, watch the fire. Watch the fire here, I think, is imperative. So the singer is saying, watch it, I dare you, or I command you, or whatever, you know, whatever their intention is, it is imperative. So what we want is, let's see, watchen. I'm going to call that a week 2 verb. There are a lot of different forms of verbs. And, ooh, I like this. Watcha. Watcha. I love it. Okay. The fire. Fire here is the object. So it's the thing that is being watched. So fire, we're going to look up. There we go. Okay, so there's my drop down. When the way that this website works is that once you start typing, you'll get this drop down. And I like looking for these that are in all caps because it means it's like a root word. It's like the top of the list of the dictionary entries for this. What I'm looking for here is what the gender of this word is. And it's just like in other languages, just like Spanish has gendered nouns. Old English had them too. Has them. I guess we can put it in the present tense if we're using it right now, right? I like to say dead languages are not, they're not dead, they're just dusty. We can dust them off. So a fire, it's a neuter noun. And so I'm going to look at my sheet and I'm going to find for a neuter noun, what does it do when it's in the accusative case, when it's the object? And I am seeing that it doesn't really change. So it's going to stay exactly as, it's going to stay as für. The Y here makes the kind of German Ü sound. The, say, we're going to look for how do we say the in Old English for a neuter noun in the accusative case, and it looks like, it would look very familiar if you know what these weird letters sound like. This is that. Watch that für. So this letter here, the symbol is called thorn. Th, it makes the th sound just like in thick or in the word thorn. This is an ash. It's like a combined A and E, and it makes the a sound like in cat. So watchen that für, surprise. This is where we're already, you know, the steps that I listed earlier are not clean, not totally cut and dry. So we have so we're going to make some artistic choices now. All right. So we have a few different words we could use for surprise. Ela, unwar, befaran. Befaran is a verb that kind of means to surprise someone or to catch someone unawares. I don't think we need, this is like an exclamation, like it's an interjection here in the song. Watch the fire, surprise, surprise. So I really like Ela, and I think we're going to use that. I'm going to look it up here, and what we're going to look up is, just hit search. What we're going to look up are the examples that are in this. This is, I love this. I'm doing all of my favorite things right now, just so you know. I am supporting a really good cause, and I'm doing public education and dead languages and independent folk music. These are all this is my, I'm so happy right now. Okay, so we're looking at the examples. These are examples from actual texts written in Old English 1,000 years ago. So we're looking at how this is used. Allah ya ye nadran. O ye serpents. Allah, oh the well. Let's see. Allah ushibend. So ela is it's like oh and alas, as it says up there. Let's see. I feel like there was, when I looked it up before, I feel like it had more ale. It's not terribly off theme. Okay, I don't hate it. I do want to look up the other word that I found. What was that? Unware. Unware. Can I spell? Yes. Unware says unaware. Oh, unaware. Ah, it means unaware. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. I love this language. All right, so we're gonna keep them both. Maybe that, but they're not gonna change form. They're just gonna stay as is. And so now we get down here to burn. Watch the fire burn. And in this situation, burn is just gonna stay as is in the infinitive. Burnan, up and up. We don't have to change much. And we have into those skies, and into those skies, again, we have the accusative form because it's just like into is makes the skies the direct object. It's physical. We're not like guessing at anything. There are verb forms for that. So into those skies, we are going to look up we'll look up Luft. Let's try that. I like that one best, I think. And what am I looking at? It's a masculine noun. And so we can either keep it singular in this case, and just keep it Luft, or we could do Luft, Luftas, Luftan. I don't know. I don't want to do plural. We're not going to do that because I'm going to run out of time. So we're going to keep it singular, and it'll be up and up into that sky instead of those skies. And this is going to be Dona based on my sheet. And so then, okay, so then we have, yeah, we've done step 2. Watch that vuur, ella, burnan op and op into done lucht. And so you can already hear Old English has a lot more syllables than modern English does. So we're going to change that. We're going to make some artistic choices and move into step 3, where we're going to try to sing it and see how it goes. So the original lyrics go, watch the fire, surprise, surprise, burn up and up into those skies. And ours so far are not going to sound good. Spoilers, it's going to sound like, watch that vuur, ella, burnan, op and op into done lucht. And there are 2 problems with that. 1 is too many syllables, and 2 is that we've lost the rhyme between surprise and skies. And I don't like that. I want that rhyme back. And so we're going to try to get it. But if we can't get a rhyme, at least we can get some other poetic convention in there. So I'm going to say, watch vuur. We're going to get rid of that. And we're going to just say, watch fire. Surprise, surprise, burn up and up. Because I think it's fine. And we can save some syllables and not like cram things into the music. So watch here. And I like ella, even though it's like alas, alas instead of surprise, surprise. I think it just sounds way cooler. So we're going to keep it in there. La. Watch your vuur, ella, ella. Perfect. It scans. It's like my big thing. I want it to scan. And then we have, I'm just thinking, I'm sorry. So then we have burnan op and op into zone luft. Ella hador. Okay, I don't hate that. So we're gonna look up hador. This is the part where like you can start to see me just descend into my own brain. Welcome. All right, hador, the clear, serene sky. Oh, you know what I love about this though? If we use this word, meaning the clear, serene sky, heaven's clear, serene sky, then the fire that they are referencing is burning up and up into this clear, serene sky and complicating it and bringing ash and smoke and anger with it. I don't know what it's bringing with it, but I like it. I like the visuals of yeah, of the smoke and fire rising into that clear, serene sky and kind of catching it off its game. So we're going to use hador. And let's see. So we have we're going to keep this Björnan. So Björnan makes the cut. Björnan up. We're going to lose the duplication, which I'm a little sad about. But we really need the syllable count, so I think we're going to let it happen. This song is like entirely wordplay. I have no idea what it means. I'm going to be honest here. I love this song. I love listening to it. I love singing it. But it's totally fine to write a song and perform a song. You know, for all I know, it has like layers and layers of meaning. But if its point is to sound good, it's perfect because like it manages that. It's lovely. It's wonderful. So we have to make sure that it sounds good because New York Church song sounds really, really good. Watch if you're ella björnan upp into hadar. I don't hate that. I would love it to actually rhyme. We are going to just check on hador. It is another masculine noun, which means that in the accusative, it doesn't change unless we decide to make it plural, which we're not gonna because it doesn't help us. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna try to sing it. Awesome. So what we have now, our original lyric is watch the fire, surprise, surprise, burn up and up into those skies. And then there's nothing like singing a cappella on a Zoom call in front of goodness knows how many strangers. Absolutely, yeah, wonderful and not at all anxiety inducing. So then our translated Old English lyric, the 1,000-year-old version of this lyric from the Amazing Devil's New York Chart song is Watch if you're ella björnan upp into hadar. That's it. We did it. That's it. That's how it goes. Now, when I'm doing these translations, what I do is, so I don't know who is on this this video right now, right, on the stream, but I translated Love Run by the Amazing Devil because I could and it sounded like fun and it helped me to like put off folding my laundry, which is quite less fun. And sent it to them, and they're the sweetest people in the world. So lovely. I have done this for I've translated poets. I used to do this in college, and I literally forgot that I knew how to do this. I spent like 10 years not doing this hobby simply because I forgot that I could, because adulthood just kind of comes at you and sweeps you along with it, and you forget about all of the things that you love sometimes. So I'm very glad that I have gotten back into this and glad that I could share it with you. Yeah, and thank you so much for being here. I think I'm about at time, so I'm gonna stop. But thank you all so much. It is so wonderful that to see this community coming together for a good cause. Again, this seems to be a trait of the amazing devil fandom, inspired in no small part by how kind and wonderful the artists themselves are. So thank you so, so much. I'm going to sign off now and turn it over to our next streamer.
Hello, my name is Jane. I am 18 years old and I've been playing the piano for about 12 or so years, so it's been a while. I am so beyond excited to play a few pieces for you all today, but also to raise money for such an incredible organization and an incredibly important cause. Refugee Women Connect works to build a safe life in the UK for all women in the asylum-seeking and refugee community. Please consider clicking the link in the bio of this video to go to our donation page if you haven't donated already. If you want to see your donation reflected in our drive's total, scroll down to where you see our live donation counter and then donate using the button that says donate directly above that counter. Every contribution helps improve and save lives, no matter how small. So please, if you can find it in you, consider donating today. I'm going to be playing 6 songs for you today in what I hope is a wide variety of styles, types of song, and maybe some songs you have heard and some songs you haven't. The first song I'm going to be starting with today is by Johann Sebastian Bach. It's called Prelude No. 1 in C major. And one of the main reasons I chose to start with this song is because a prelude is like an introductory piece of music. So I thought it was fitting to start off with a prelude. As I kind of already mentioned, when I was picking out the 6 pieces I wanted to play for this fundraising event, I wanted to get as wide of a variety of songs as possible, which is why that first song I played, the Prelude by Bach, comes from what's called the Baroque period of music, which is like the early 1700s. This next song I'm going to play is about 100 years later, and it's from what we know as the Romantic period, or the Romantic era of music. And the Romantic era was known for being more individualistic, being more emotional in the music and the music style, as opposed to kind of the more strict or the more rigid Baroque pieces. So I hope you can hear some of that emotion in this next song. This is Waltz in A minor by Frédéric Chopin. Was Waltz in A minor by Frédéric Chopin. In my search to get this variety that I talked about of the different songs I wanted to play, I also wanted to include some modern songs because by no means did musical history and compositions end in some far long ago time. One of my favorite genres of music is TV and movie scores, soundtracks. And so that's why the next piece I picked is from the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. It is May It Be, sung by Enya, which I highly recommend listening to. As a quick reminder, if you haven't already, please consider donating to Dear Hearts Drive using the link down in the description of this video. If you cannot donate for any reason whatsoever, or if you have already donated and you're looking to help us out even more, please consider sharing this live stream with others that may follow you through our Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. All three of those you can find us at Dear Hearts Drive. It helps us out more than you can understand. Please share your resources with this incredible organization because every bit counts. This is May It Be from Lord of the Rings. For these next two songs, I actually kind of broke a rule that I had set for myself because I wanted to have as much variety as possible. But these next two songs are both composed by the same composer. I had picked these two different songs. They were both by the same person, but I love them both so much for different reasons, and so in the end I broke down and I just decided I would play both of them. The composer I'm talking about is Ludwig van Beethoven, who's probably one of the most famous classical composers in the Western world. But these two songs I think still show a variety in that this first song I'm going to play is a piano solo arrangement, whereas the next song I'm going to play was written for symphonic orchestra, was written for a full orchestra, and I'm just going to be playing an arrangement for just piano. So the first song I'm playing, like I said, is by Beethoven, a very famous solo piano piece. You might be able to guess what it is. This is Beethoven's Für Elise. That was Für Elise by Beethoven. As I mentioned, the next song is also by Beethoven. It is part of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, which arguably is maybe his most famous work. You've probably all heard, or at least would recognize, the beginning of the symphony, which is that famous motif. But the song I'm going to play for you now is from his second movement. So this is the movement that comes right after that very famous movement. Second movements of symphonies are usually slower, a little quieter, a little calmer, a little more lyrical. And so you can hear that in this song, that it's a lot, it's a little slower, quieter, especially in the beginning, but it still does have that strength, that underlying strength of that first movement. So as I play this, try and imagine, you know, hearing this performed right after that very famous movement. This is Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, Movement 2. For my final song today, I'm going to be playing a film score that I think many, if not most of you, will recognize. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether you've been watching my performance since the beginning or you just popped in. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join this live stream and hopefully donate to an incredibly important cause. Really appreciate it. Stick around to hear the rest of the amazing, incredibly talented performers. I love them so much. They're incredible. For this last song, I just want to give a quick reminder that as far as donating goes, you are our only hope, and that donating is an opportunity that not even a stormtrooper would miss. This is the Star Wars Force theme by John Williams. Thank you so much for joining us. Please donate if you haven't already. May the force be with you, and have a lovely day.
All right. Hello, everyone. So I just wanted to jump in and let y'all know that we have officially hit twice our goal. We have reached over 3,000 pounds for Refugee Women Connect today, and we still have 2 hours of the stream to go. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated, and the page will remain up, so if you would like to keep donating when you can, if you are able to get corporate matching, please continue to do that for this amazing worthy cause. And onto your regularly scheduled charity stream.
Hi there. My name is Pippin, or Martina, and today I'll be singing and playing and butchering some Tad and Robert and the Holy Men. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time here with us, and if you have the means, for giving very generously to the incredible work that the people at Refugee Women Connect do, and for women in the asylum-seeking community. It's amazing, and I'm so proud of all of us. Let's get right on it. Without you, I'm stronger. I'm no longer filled with wonder. How wrong you were. For you, my lungs were pulled asunder, seen that wild blue yonder, and said, let's end this too. So one last time, I'll cover my clothes off, grab the bathroom rug. My skin's grown so soft, let's wander till the fuckers demand an encore. Flirting wasn't flirting, at the back of a bookshop, come and rip off my socks like you're blasting the locks off of a bank vault. Hold, this time we're done for. Let's hide under the covers, we don't know what's out there. Could be wolves, so hold me, love, like you used to. So tight I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you too. Every stone you threw, I stood on to better see the view. I've got something in my eye, surrender. What was, what could have been, all those wonders. Sit and wait for us. We try, please try for me. Come rest for the winter. Wear my jumper all night long. Those songs we sung, those words we flung, for fear of sound. All those books that we both drowned, and the candle we lit, well, we'll use it to burn this whole place to the ground. I'm lost, I'm found in you. Hide under the covers, we don't know what's out there. Can't you hear that scratching? Hold me, love, like you used to. So tight I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you too. Every brick you hurled, I'll use
That was I can words. Wildly Yonder by our favorite band. As for a change of mood, my eyes are made of winter, and these hands I hold are skin and bone. Oh, 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 oh. Our bed sheets thrown, the meal's gone cold. I know you of old. Oh, 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 pray for me, oh children, pray for what I've undone. I haunt the very wrinkles of your skin. Pray for me, I'll run until I begin to understand what holy men really mean when they speak of sin. Pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for you. Pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for you. If you knew all that I've done, the words that shone are all but gone. Oh, 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 oh. The hearts I've broken, the minds I've woken, sweet nothings screamed, not spoken. Oh, oh, oh. God made all man in his image. Honey, I'm no man. I'm what's left when children go to war. Run from you, I'll run until I begin to understand what holy men really mean when they speak of sand and suns and seams and symphonies and sweat and sex and sin. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for you. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for you. Pray for me, oh children, pray for what I've undone. I cannot sleep when all you do is cry. Pray for me, I'll run until I begin to understand what holy men really mean when they speak of all that's been and all that won't and all you do and don't, and why you cannot sleep for sighing, why womanhood is more than crying. I'm stronger now than you have ever known. Cracks you made I fill with mortar, a broken pot can still hold water. Symphonies and sweat and sex mean nothing when you are obsessed with sin and soil, strength and song, and all the words that came out wrong and him. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for you. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for, oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for you. Thank you. That was Pray. This is your opportunity to take a break and donate if you haven't yet. On to the next song. I'm cheating for this one. I'm cheating. Don't forgive me. Forgive me. So at this shindig, everything's going on. They're so filthy rich, comparing old rigs, how their girlfriend's new car is so kitsch. Hanging off the chandeliers, their daughters are scorned with the auctioneers. The oldest, the
back, trying their best to hack way out with the gardeners pruning. Shares they're discussing champagne. The latest and greatest lame campaign, how the brothers own shares one day to make them millionaires. And you see this girl, she looks like she walked out of Lost and Found. She pulls right up to my ear and says, whatever you do, don't turn roundabouts and washing lines. We do each other's laundry in our hearts sometimes. Come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around abouts and washing lines. We do each other's laundry in our hearts sometimes. Come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around. Only one not wearing cufflinks, only one not begging to buy her drinks. Yes, I do, even though I bought your shoes from Oxfam. Yet me choke at your bad joke. There's no fucking way you're from Southend. I'm no one's wife, strifle. Those fellas only scarecrow left in Oz. I'll cry sail to foreign lands. The best laid plans had it all planned. Roundabouts and washing lines. We do each other's laundry in our hearts sometimes. Come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around abouts and washing lines. We do each other's laundry in our hearts sometimes. Come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around. It's getting late. Look a complete and utter stage. Pops on blue and says, doesn't matter, mate. See this girl, she's been around. I bet you £1. She pulls right up to my ear and says, whatever you do, don't turn. My entire life's run away too fast, watching everyone I've ever loved walk past. I'm not telling, but you can fuck off if you want, knowing no one will come back for you. Washing lines, we do each other's laundry in our hearts sometimes. Come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around abouts and washing lines. We do each other's laundry in our hearts sometimes. Come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around. So we're at the shindig, everything's going on. They're all bewitched. I'm drinking Horlicks and my friends are telling me I'm pissed. Put up one hell of a fight against all my sins in the candlelight. Don't turn round, darling. They're at the back, and we can hear their cheers. And that was a very modified pruning shears. I hope you enjoyed. All right, for a little tad break in between, we're gonna do No Worries from Robert Hallow and the Holy Men, because I love, and I hope you do too. Weep with me, son, let go. I've but little wisdom left, I know. Keep holding fast, you bag of bones. Don't think you're mighty, 'cause I said so. It's fine, fine, you've got no time to make it home. And every question's a creeping doubt. I wanna stop the pain, but I don't wanna freak you out. Oh, horror, the house is shaking. Take it easy, 1, 2, 3, no worries, no, no, not from me. And here in the filth, I'll make you proud. I cannot help you live, but I'll drop in if you're about. I would not see my champion weep. No worries, no, no, not from me. One life to trade away. No use in keeping much, I say. Your heart's not mine to weigh. Oh, and I'll have words with fate. This earth is burned, but I'll sing rain. Oh, you're tall get fat? Who's she? Will she show you all the wonders that I'd have you see? I only need to know you're not alone. And we are fading, but don't get sad, 'cause given how it could have been, it ain't so bad. Stocked up on beer today, but I won't keep track of the drink it anyway. Ever more plates to sleep. And here in the filth I'll make you proud. I cannot help you live, but I'll drop in if you're about. I would not see my champion weep. No worries, no, no, not from me. One life to trade away. No use in keeping much, I say. Your heart's not mine to weigh. Oh, and I'll have words with fate. This earth is burned, but I'll sing rain. No, oh, deny you ever said so. And no, the one is never on his own. I might go mad, son, but one day so might you, and we can weep. No worries, no, no worries, no, no, not from me. One life to trade away. No use in keeping much, I say. Your heart's not mine to weigh. Oh, and I'll have words with fate. This earth is burnt, but I'll sing rain. Oh, and that was no worries. I'm sorry for the hiccups in the middle. Ooh, I see what we've got going on next. I see what's happening. I just gotta switch something. I'm also cheating. Don't judge me. I've only played since March. Only since March, since quarantine. Don't judge me. Be kind. Rewind. Let's see. Say. You look like I need a drink. He winked as he slipped from my grasp to the bar, and you are always said me, little me called from the brink of the day. He said, hey darling, hey, hey darling, hey, I'm the hardest goodbye that you'll ever have to say. You don't know it yet, but I'm the cute of things that you just didn't get, that you struggle to say. I'm the saint of the paint that was left in the pot. I'm your angel ellipsis, your devil of dots. Every time that you fumble, I'm the laugh from the back. When you think about him, my wings start to flap. When you make a mistake, my feet lift from the floor. When you lie there awake, every night, love, I soar. I promise you, I'll be better. I promise you, I'll try. But like rubbing wine stains into rugs, it's my curse to try and make it right, but by trying, make it worse. I'm the heartbreak that aches far too much to be shunned. All those letters unsent in that garden ungrown. I'm the captain of courage you eternally lacked. I'm the Jesus of wishing to Christ he'll come back. Because farewell, wanderlust, you've been so kind. You brought me through this party, but you left me here behind. So long to the person you begged me to be. She's down, he's dead. Now Now take instead what is left with this old sundress and the mess that you left when you told me that I wasn't right in the head. Ooh, you alright? Ask the boys from beyond. You gave us such a fright. We'd hate to see your mascara dripping to your might. You allow me to slip into something more comfortable than. With a hoik of her bra, she waved to the bar and slipped into the night. Come, devil, come, she sang, call out my name. Let's take this outside, 'cause we're one and the same. Our gods have abandoned us, left us instead. Take up arms, take my hands, let us waltz for the dead. I'm the face that stares back when the screen goes to black. When your mom says you look healthy, but you know she means you got fat. I'm the tales that the guests will applaud and believe. I'm the trust that you just didn't have time to conceive. I promise you, I'm not broken. I promise you, there's more to come, more to reach for, more to hurl at the door. Goodbye to all my darkness, there's nothing here but light. Adieu to all the faceless things that sleep with me at night. This here is not makeup, it's a porcelain tomb. And this here is not singing, I'm just screaming in tune. Because farewell, wanderlust, you've been ever so kind. You brought me through this darkness, but you left me here behind. So long to the person you begged me to be. He's down, he's dead. Now take a good long look at what you've done to me. He's down, she's dead, he's gone. Oh, she's lost, she's flown, she's fled. And now take a good long look at what you've all done to me. If there's one song to mess up on, it's Farewell Wanderlust. Let me see. I got pinged. Oh goodness. I can't find the ping. It's okay. All right, it's fine. Last one. It's the last one. It's the last one. It's fine. It will be fine. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're taking the time and inspiration to go give generously, if it's within your means, of course. Thank you for hanging out. The wrinkles and bricks that were left with at last. That drink will it fix all those questions unasked? Who died and saved you and made you king of it all? Who wins this war? You've a knack for applause from the back of the stalls, but you lack the conviction to look at me straight and say yes. Tell the truth to me, love. Does my hair look as nice as it did when it once tangled up in your eyes? Look at me as you say this. Don't look at your phone. 'Cause the sun that beams down as my hands touch the glass. After summers of fasting, I feel hunger at last. For that woman, 50-year-old you, I'll be proud to have known. creaking you hear in my bones is not pain, it's applause. I could summon the gods and the stars, watch them dance out the plays that we wrote from the heart, and we'd laugh at the ghosts or fears. We were gods, we were kids. Come at me, you blackguards, you'd yell from the back of the gallery. Say goodbye. I am not a drunkard, daughter, a preacher. God knows how you dragged me along to watch all of your shows. Our devils broke rank, and out of the depths came an army. I won't let you turn our last night into this. I'm gonna binge watch a box set, drink wine, reminisce. This isn't a breakup, dear heart, it's a season finale. For sides, don't you realize they're just battle cries, dear? And these lines aren't wrinkles, dear, hardly knew the words. I'm dolled up, love, don't I deserve to just walk away? I know I've been through the war. The creaking you hear in my bones is not pain, it's applause. It's not pain, it's applause. It's not pain, it's applause. All it took to unearth in the dust and the dirt some release, a respite from the heat and the hurt was taking the time now and then to ask how I am. And now at the end of all things, I'm not going to scream, beat my chest at the wind. I'm doing fine. And that was Battle Cries, and that is it for me. So please, 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 thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this amazing cause. And I wish you all the best to everyone who follows.
Hey dear hearts, my name is Kinga and I know exactly nothing about being funny, so I thought I will make a comedy show for you. I mean, this should be fun, right? Okay, quick tactical question. Do you hearts know those memes, write a thing only your fan will understand? Well, I have no humility or moderation. I wrote the whole song based on printing shit. It's not even a song. Hard to say what it is. However, I included in it every Touch song, or at least its title, you know. But the lyrics make no sense. You may think, for uninitiated, for sure. Well, no, don't worry, it just doesn't make any sense. So, enjoy. And then the night. So, we Throughout this live stream, let's pretend, please, dear hearts, that no one hears. I cannot even worthily play the prelude of burning shears, and a few but rhymes I close that doubts, those which like that unwanted animal want to leave my mind. First thing I want to say, I know I have a song title in my name, my reason to be proud. Hello, then I'm King plus A, so let me take you on our journey's doubtful way. Love and wanderlust said farewell to the shower day, and I am here to overthink every single word which that decided to sing. There's no way back, even though it's too much for my young hearts. Dear hearts, can you relate what if Willy Boots means? Enough, mate. There's no way back, even though it's too much for my young heart. Here I am, the horror itself, singing wild as an annoying bard. You're right, but I have an excuse, cause as a comedy, maybe not gold, but I hope someone laughs at least at my accent, Fair, watch me losing my marbles. Talk about our Maddie. I'm ashamed to admit, oh, you don't know how she got me scared for the first time. With her aggressive whispered call, I trust you'll know what I mean. Through the place at the wall. I'm here to overthink every single word which they decided to sing. There's no way back, even though it's too much for my heart is aching. Heart o'clock. Halt! Here's a place to put your fab the office joke. Little miss, why so? Is there a way back? Oh dear, no. It's getting late. Should I go? No? Not yet? I think we can all agree that Joey and Maddie already have your attention cut. Then listen up. If you can afford to please donate, there's nothing more noble than giving help. My entire nerd life is filled with battle cries, screaming over Tad and Witcher fanfiction not once, and I cannot even accept the through. If not Tad, perhaps I would not ever meet all of you. To the minutes, well, I should speed, coming to an end because it got too sweet. There's no way back. It's all too much for my young heart. It's melting. Is that scorch? Admit who came to the live stream with a New York torch. I'll give rock rose as you swear. For Thistle, I will donate and share. So we're at this live stream, which is gorgeous idea. By the way, there's one more question I should probably ask Robert, but okay. I'd love to know what really mean the holy men in pray when they speak of sin, but there are only 2 doubts. I just think of them sometimes at 3 a.m.
Okay, hi. My name is Roux. I will not be singing for you or playing any musical instruments. You are all very welcome. I am actually going to do the thing that I am good at. A lot of you know that in my real life job, in my not on YouTube job, I help people at the intersections of their identities and how they're dealing with life and traumas, and I do a lot in therapy. So I thought it would be super simple for me to just put up a document, let people ask me questions and do kind of like a Dear Abby, but like a Dear Roux. And what I forgot was that therapists don't actually give advice. So I realized that about 2.5 weeks into questions, and I was like, oh no, normally this is the part in session where I say, and what would it look like to build a solution like that together? What are some ideas that you think would work in your life? And I don't get to do that today. So But we did all kind of come through this together. We have been, if you've been like me, I've been on this YouTube and on the Zoom since like 8 a.m. So I really want to encourage you, if you are at home, stand up, stretch, get some water, hydrate. You need to be drinking. It's like warm. So anyway, let's talk about some of the questions. I made myself a PowerPoint because I am in a group of nerds as a nerd. So yes, a PowerPoint so I could work on this with everyone. So the first question was asked by 5 people. People just kept putting a +1 after it. So I'm assuming a lot of people have this problem. I need help getting out of an anxiety cycle. I don't get involved with things because I get too anxious about putting myself out there, and sometimes I just don't have the energy. But then I feel left out because I didn't take part, even though it was my own fault. Then because I'm already on the outside, I feel too anxious to jump in next time. The cycle just goes on and on and on, and I don't know how to get out of it. So I'm left feeling like I'm not part of anything and I'm always on the outside. How do I get out of it? Oh, my friend. So first I want to talk about fear. That voice in your head that tells you that people don't want to see you, that you don't have anything to contribute, that you're just like a big awkward turtle in the space. That voice in our head sounds a lot like, I don't know, God or Liam Neeson in Taken, or any of those really serious, deep, like you have nothing to give, right? But actually that voice should probably sound like SpongeBob, like someone who is not really someone that you're going to trust. Fear is not actually telling you the truth. Fear is telling you the thing that you fear. So in talking about fear, I also want to talk about worth, okay? You have every right to be in that space. I don't care if it is a Discord voice chat or a meetup space or your local coffee shop or anything else. You deserve to be there. And people are going to be lucky to know you. There's no one who is experiencing life the way that you are. No one. Every person I know brings a different and really beautifully unique sense of the world to every conversation. And that includes yours, okay? You deserve to take up space. I want to say that and say that and say that until people believe it. So in that spirit, I know it's not always easy to just hop in and do things. So can you take anyone that you know already likes you, someone that you know is good, someone that can be kind of your like social wingman, if you will. Oh, look, now there's light. If you have that person, bring them. If you have that extrovert friend who is really good at that, let them scoop you into their circles. My brother is a wonderful extrovert. He has a ton of amazing friends that I've absolutely co-opted. And right now, everything's online, everything is a meetup, everything is feeling really impersonal anyway. And that's okay. That is okay. Everyone is feeling that way. It's not just you. And it's hard to make invitations yourself when you're feeling uncomfortable about how much space you're allowed to take up. So I invite you to go to things that are already established, okay? Go to existing meetups, right? Look at the meetups in your area. Those people want to meet you. They are bored. They are tired. You will be a breath of fresh air, and they will be a breath of fresh air in your boring life too right now. Okay, that's really important. Existing group chats, existing meetups, say yes. Okay, I know it's really hard, but make a promise to yourself and keep it. Say yes. Assume good intentions, right? One of my first friends I made in college was because I was in a science lab, and like, I am not good at science, y'all. So I was real nervous. I was wearing a denim jacket and my arms were crossed, and I was just like, and Derek walked up to me and he was like, "Hey girl, And years later, we were talking and he was like, I saw you in that denim jacket and your sassy crossed arms, and I knew you were going to be a friend of mine. I was so afraid, but Derek looked at me and he saw, okay? Assume good intentions. Assume if someone is talking to you that they want to. You deserve to take up space and they deserve your company. So give it to them. Second question. I recently graduated and will hopefully be starting my first professional job with a lot of responsibility. Any tips for handling first day nerves? So one, congratulations. I hope you already started that job, but for anyone else who hasn't, I started a new job during the pandemic, and let me tell you, the first day nerves are real. They are so real right now. It's okay. So I literally made a list that I used for myself that my friends have told me. Try to go to bed early. Even though we all know we're not going to sleep well the night before a new exciting thing, that's okay. Hopefully you will fall asleep with enough time, that you will have slept enough, okay? So wear something you feel confident in and comfortable. Do not pull a Roux. Don't do it. Don't go to one of your first retail jobs wearing 6-inch heels because you thought you were going to do paperwork all day. Guess what? You're going to be walking in those 6-inch heels for 8 hours. Don't do it. Comfortable and confident, okay? If you are not comfortable, it is going to show on your face and you're going to be miserable. You don't need to be worried about being physically uncomfortable while you're navigating a new space. Don't do it. You deserve better. And this is the other one, arrive early. I know that sounds super basic, and it's not about making a good impression. It's not for them, it's for you, okay? You arrive early, you don't need to rush, okay? You get to take a deep breath. You remind yourself that you are brave, smart, and strong. You deserve this job. You earned it, you walked in, you did all of that, okay? Check your hair. You look great, okay? Walk into work. Dear hearts, queer hearts, we do not scuttle. We walk into work, okay? Shoulders back, tits up, murder. Go. Be amazing. But also try to remember to smile, and not in that like, oh, you're so pretty when you smile. No. No. Absolutely not. Smile as a way to remind yourself that you are competent. You are qualified. You deserve to be there. You deserve to be listened to. You are qualified. Okay? And honestly, you probably deserve to be paid more. So keep that in mind and in your back pocket for the next time. Okay? Me to you. Next question. I have a parent who makes everything about them. Anytime we talk, they take what I've said and twist it to center themselves. My kid learned a new rhyme the other day and they go, oh, remember that one rhyme I wrote? How did it go? It makes me not want to talk to them, so I don't call as often as I should. How can I either address this constructively or get over it? My friend, I am so sorry. Also, did you dig around in my brain for that question? Because I'm gonna need you to pay rent or quit. Okay, but that being said, this is a super frustrating question. And I want you to know I hear you. It's really sad to want to share an amazing moment with someone and to get nothing back. Sharing an achievement, right? Especially with someone that you desperately want to be proud of you, and to receive emptiness creates a wound. There are no easy answers for parent questions. I wish there were, and I'm gonna do my best to answer it in a way that will be good for you. Because all parents have their own mental health issues, their own trauma, their complex coping mechanisms, and a lot, it's hard to wrap our heads around the fact that as their children, a lot of those responses are not about us, even though it's us that they affect so deeply, okay? So I'm gonna actually ask you a few hard questions. So if you're in here, I hope that this will help you. And apparently it's gonna be recorded forever. So if you need to go back or just hit me up on the Discord. So these are gonna be my hard questions for you. I want you to really hold them. I want you to think about them. And then I hope that they help you decide not on the right path, but on the path that gives you the most comfort and ease in your life and in your heart, okay? What do you want from this relationship with your parent? What do you want? What do you truly want from that relationship? 2, based on what you've experienced with them so far, are they capable or able to give that to you? And that's going to take a lot of soul searching. I want you to be cold and honest with yourself. Try not to answer as the child in your heart who wants to pull at that. Try to answer as the adult who's seen what's happening, okay? And question 3, if you decide to confront them, will they be willing and able to hear what you're going to say? I never, ever want you to start an argument with someone who is determined to misunderstand or manipulate you, or make themselves the victim in something where you're trying to express yourself and they make it a being wounded conversation. Okay, it's a discussion, not an argument. Because I don't want you to end up somehow feeling worse than when you started. Okay, so I want you to consider those 3 questions. And after going through those, really only one question remains. Okay, what now? If you stay in relationship with that parent, I want to make a few recommendations for you, okay? Because really what now is you stay in relationship with that parent or you don't. That's it. I recommend you not being too emotionally open with them. Only share things that you feel like they cannot hurt you with. Avoid confrontation if it's not going to go anywhere. I highly recommend lowering your expectation for that parent. They may be loving you the best way they know how, but that doesn't mean that they are loving you in a way that is good for you. Okay. Also setting some boundaries, learning to say no, and being comfortable and strong in that no. My friend, I really hope you take such good care of yourself. This is not an easy conversation and it's not an easy fix. This takes years. But building those tiny steps is really how you do it. Okay, I believe in you. Reach out if you need anything. My next question is also kind of looped in with that. I'm living in kind of an abusive household and it's terrible for my mental health. I feel like I've undone all the progress I made while I was living away from them. But now there isn't any way for me to get out other than just run away and become homeless. Do you have any advice for how I can protect my mental health and deal with the situation and my family in the meantime? Okay. I'm going to ask a question, and it's not because I doubt you. It's because I think that that word needs a lot of clarity, because every abusive person is toxic, but not every toxic person or relationship is inherently abusive. And I want to be clear about what the difference is. Oh, guys, yeah, sorry. We have a co-host. His name is Spike. He's 17 years old. I have a moment, so I'm going to show him off. Spike also sits up there while I do therapy, especially with kids. So back to, is it toxic or abusive? Okay. It's a really important distinction, and not because of any belittling, but an abusive relationship involves physical or emotional danger or both. Okay. If you are experiencing physical or emotional abuse in this household, if you feel danger emotionally or physically, okay, I really encourage you to call your local domestic violence agency for help about resourcing. It would be super trite and easy for me to say, well, then run away, live in a car, do what you got to do to be safe for you. That is so unrealistic. Okay, being homeless is not something to be taken lightly, especially during the current pandemic. You need to be safe. I've worked with homeless populations and this disease is ravaging it, okay? And homelessness in itself is not camping, okay? Homelessness is especially dangerous if you happen to be a queer or disabled person, a person who is living maybe with current paperwork challenges under administrations that are super racist, or you live in a really rural environment when resourcing can be really scarce. Okay, so awareness is a great place to start when you're dealing with this kind of family. And I want you to know that you are in a toxic environment that you can't change yet, that you can't leave yet. You have left before, and that means that you can leave again. This will be over one day. Things will never go back to normal, but this will end, and you will have a way to leave again, okay? So, you cannot change your parents or your family. You cannot magically fix the dysfunctional way that they have been living forever. That's step one. And I'm not saying that in a demeaning way or in a way that you shouldn't try to engage socially with them. I am just letting you know the burden of changing them is not on you. So, accept that you can't change them. We can't change people's truths or perceptions or how they act because of them. But we can change how we react to them. So one thing you can do is create space that limits contact with them and creates privacy for you. Is that your bedroom? Does your bedroom have a door? Does your bedroom have a lock? Can I encourage both of those things? Is there a garden space you can go into? Is there a place you can walk to that is a little more secluded? Is there a park near you? Is there a grove? Is there a pond you can go throw a penny in? I don't care. Make a private space for you, okay? I often encourage people to do a toxicity journal when they're dealing with people that they can't actually leave from, and ask yourself, what are your struggles and frustrations with these people? And then also spend some time and think about their issues, problems, and frustrations and see where they overlap. What is the source of the problems? Is it cultural? Is it age? Is it generational? Is it political, moral? What are the differences? What are the sources? Can you find the root of the problem? And one way to really do this is to think about your parents' upbringing. Did your parents grow up in an addiction-filled household? Did your parents grow up with a lot of dysfunction, domestic abuse? Where did they grow up? In what country? In what state? In what era? That's going to inform a lot of how they think, and it helps you figure out how they think and how to avoid the cluster of anxiety, fighting, strife, and dysfunction. Okay. So, and also think that way about you. How did you grow up? What did you learn from them? And try to be careful about how you respond. Don't feed into them, right? We don't feed the trolls on the internet. Don't feed your parents if they're trolls. Sometimes just not doing what's expected can be enough to shift a cycle of how people engage and create some space for you to feel less overwhelmed. This is not about their comfort. This is about yours. Journal about how you respond to arguments, interactions with family members, any patterns, anything you want to change, start there. Reaching out to trusted friends and others outside your family members if you can, for space to get away, vent, and feel connected. And also, what habits were you cultivating before when you weren't living with them? keep doing them. What do you need to reestablish? What can you do while you're there that you were doing before that maybe has dropped off? Can you alter any of those to fit your new life right now? Okay. Next, do you have any tips about coming out as queer to extended family? I'm out to my mom. One of her first questions was, what do I tell the family? Do we have to tell them you're not planning to make a big... I said, no, I've just kept stuff pretty private as a result. I don't really need people to know, but I don't want to feel like I have to keep it a secret. So tips for ways to find queer community during lockdown. Dating apps are useless. Okay. You deserved better than that. My dear queer heart, you deserved so much better than that. And I am sorry that your parent did not respond in a way that was affirming, uplifting, and made your journey easier. I'm your mom now. See this? This is where you go. This is under my wing, right there. That's where you go. Coming out is not a once in a lifetime experience. I kind of wish it was, because then you could just be like, here, queer, questions, and move on with your life. But that's not how it goes. We come out repeatedly over our lives. The heteros will not let this stand, my friend, and I'm sorry. They will not. You have to decide, are we safe to come out in this crowd? Are we safe to come out with these people? Am I safe in this circumstance, in this job, and sometimes in this family? I came out to my dad like 8 or 9 times and he still forgets on the regular, okay? My mom's pretty chill with it. She's accepting, she's loving, kind of worried in that mom way. But the only person who decides you're coming out is you. The only person who decides what family is important is you. Okay, if you want to make a rainbow cake and drop it at the next family reunion with a little icing on the top that says, congrats, it's a queer, you're entitled to do it. If on the other hand, you want to find the people in your family who are safe for you, who are good to you, who you know are good allies, pull them aside and tell them, hey, this is what I'm getting. This is what's happening. Can you back me on this, right? And you can decide, like, sometimes you can be a little bitter about it. When are you going to bring home a boyfriend? I don't know. I only date women, so probably not soon. Or when are you going to bring home a girlfriend? When are you going to get married? I don't know. As soon as the country legalizes it. I mean, it depends entirely on how you want to do things, okay? Dating apps suck. They fucking suck. That was one of my F-bombs, okay? They suck. They're terrible. There's about 45. None of them are good. I suggest finding whatever hobby you're into and finding your people in it. I promise you, the queers are everywhere. Okay, we're everywhere. So if you want to be real tight with it, narrow that hobby search by LGBTQIA. Make your chosen flag your Zoom background and go to town. A lot of the groups on Meetup right now are doing Zoom meets, and I know there's one for bis, lesbians, queers, gay men, queer gardeners, and queer coffee nerds, right? Just in my area. Look, check Meetup. I can't recommend really literally anything else except finding like a gaming group or a bowling league or something that you enjoy, and then finding your people within it. Next, my colleagues at work regularly make homophobic and transphobic jokes. They're not super malicious, and it's not that I'm incredibly upset by them, but overall it creates an atmosphere where I don't feel safe or comfortable coming out to them. But then in turn, since I'm not out, I'm hesitant to speak out against the jokes because then they'd suspect I'm queer, which I don't want because I don't feel comfortable. Catch-22. Okay, so 1, don't laugh at shit that's not funny. Don't do emotional labor for those people. Don't do it. Secondly, you can also come around to this as like, hey, my cousin is queer. Like, that's gross. Gross, gross. You know, or I am kind of a jerk about things sometimes. I will literally just be like, oh, sorry, I gotta go. I don't vibe with homophobia. but I'm also white. I'm also a woman in a position of power, and I get the privilege to do that. In some spaces, you're not going to be that safe, and that's okay. There are other ways to do it. Advocating for yourself is hard. Sometimes it's impossible to advocate for yourself, and sometimes that's even hard for me. So a lot of times what I do is imagine that I'm advocating for the next queer person who's coming in behind me, right? Take only pictures, leave only footprints, and take out some trash when you leave, and that definitely involves homophobes. So the next thing I want to talk about is HR. I've been a manager, I've been in those positions. Keep a list, keep a file on your phone. Who said the thing, the day and time, the area, who was present, who said it, and who you addressed it to afterwards. Was your supervisor involved with this? Go to their boss. Was that person involved, or are you uncomfortable talking to them? Go to their grand boss. Every company large enough to have, like, I think over 25 or 30 employees has to have an HR department. And that means that they have to have money set aside for lawsuits if something like this happens. They don't want to part with it. Advocate for yourself. You deserve a safe place to work, always, okay? I'm terrified of driving. I passed my test and went away to uni straight away, so I never practiced it. Years later, even though I have my license, I'm too scared to drive. Oh, my friend. That sucks. I am so sorry your inexperience turned to fear. Find a friend who loves you and is chill. Have them drive the car to an empty parking lot. And like, find an empty Walmart, find whatever, okay? Make sure it's well lit. Don't get like shanked in a parking lot while you're practicing driving, okay? That's a whole nother trauma and fear level you don't need. So get in the driver's seat, adjust as necessary, and just sit. Do some deep breaths until you're comfortable, until the nerves start to settle. Then when you're ready, start the car. Do the same thing over again. When you're ready, pull it out of park. Just go a few feet, then stop, put it in park again, shut it off, take some deep breaths. And do this over and over and over until you feel more comfortable. Do it in increments. You're okay. You're okay and you're safe. Just give it a shot. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm literally down to my last 2 minutes and I'm on my last question. What advice would you give to your 20-year-old self? This one really hurt me to think about because my 20-year-old self was an idiot. I would say listen more, drink less. Do not take the 8 a.m. class, you will not go. Do not sleep with that man. Kiss that girl. Tell her you love her, even though it will definitely end poorly. You will prefer heartache to what ifs, always. Moisturize. Please, seriously, moisturize. Start a yoga routine. Your back, your skin, your joints will thank you in 15 to 20 years. Your interests are good. Your passions are important. Follow them. Follow them. They will not be wrong. Care less about what other people think. Try to care a little bit more about other people in general, though. You were kind of selfish and a little bit absolutely buck wild. Please do better. Don't accept the first, second, or even third offer when you go to buy a car. Walk away. Let them come to you. You can find a deal that is good for your budget and your dignity, okay? But I have to be so honest, at 20, I would not have listened to a word of this. So I hope that this has been good for you. I hope that some of this advice has helped your heart in some way. And know, my queer dear hearts, that I love you so much. This is such a beautiful experience. Donate if it is possible for you. If it is not, we really appreciate your time, your attention, and you being part of this community, okay? Please message me if you need anything. I love you all so much. Bye-bye.
People often ask me, Chloe, you're so good at music. And to that, I would say, thank you. I know. Hi, my name is Chloe, and some of you from the TAD Discord also know me as Nell. So really excited to sing for you all. Oh, I forgot my lyrics, as one does. Why so sad, he says. Yes, I see, don't you know that it's not all about you anyway. Come and play, love. Come and play. Always so sad, he says. You want some pancakes while you're wearing all that makeup, it's daylight again. And you look like I failed you. Did you tell him about the time that we met? We met so all the way, tell it, and I'll yell it from the rooftops for you. He says, oh, why so sad, he says. Why you try so hard? Just relax and come to bed with me. Come laugh with boots and stripes, and how every time we watch Netflix, we spend 2 hours deciding what to watch on Netflix. And me wearing your clothes. Just surprised when you come home all tired. Of those people that you serve all night, I love you, don't say anything, just thank you. Missy for being in my life, why are you sad? Let's try the same pair of stretchy old track pants and just roll around inside each other for 3 whole days. We'll make all our Christmas decorations out of toilet roll too, and tinfoil. He says, you're going too fast, you'll burn up soon. I'll make 100 paper planes to decorate a tiny room. I've even learned to cook. Just stop staring at the moon. That's why I put up the fairy lights, just to distract you. Stop listening to the Smiths. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. So sad, he says. Why won't you let me follow in your footsteps as you trek into that underground world? What's that hole that the big dark king of nothing has got in you, my girl? Why do you go down the stairs to that green dark cave where there's only faces of the unfamous dead? For the people just pretending to be brave. Why so much makeup? You don't need it. You're so beautiful to me, Missy. You don't see daylight anymore. Something sucking out your core. And it's so boring, 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 it's so boring. Is you tired all the time? Why won't you just tell them all to fuck off, love, and be mine? Why so sad, he says. I'm here and I'm alive. Stop making up death wishes, just take my lifeline, he says. Or at least that's a cliche to represent what he meant. Why don't you believe I love you if I'm not hurting you, he says. Can't you see that I'm enough for you, but you don't want me to be? Cause that means you'll actually have to be content. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. Why so sad? Stop asking why I'm sad. Just know it's enough to know that I'm sad. If I'm good for you. good for you to come back to earth to for Christ's sake. Just say something for Christ's sake. Just say something. I can hear the children calling as though across the farm. Don't turn around. And that was Little Miss Wiseau by The Amazing Devil. Now we're actually going to switch over to piano, where I have a little friend. This is Yarn Skier. He's playing backup lute again. This is by Robert Hallow. With me, son, let go. I've but little wisdom left, I know. Keep holding fast, you bag of bones. Don't think you're mighty 'cause I said so. It's fine, you've got no time to make it home. And every question's a creeping down. I wanna stop the pain, but I don't wanna freak you out. Oh, horror, the house is shaking. Take it easy, 1, 2, 3, no worries, no, no, not for me. And here in this film, I'll make you proud. I cannot help you, then I'll jump in if you're about. I would not see my champion win. No worries, no, no, not for me. For my life to trade away. No use in keeping much, I say. Your heart's not mine to weigh. And I'll have words with fame. This earth is burned, but I'll sing rain. You're tall and strong, just like your mother. But you look just like your dad. I'm really sorry. You're gonna get fat. Will she show you all the wonders I have you see? I only need you to know you're not alone. And we are fading, but don't get sad. 'Cause given how it could have been, it ain't so bad. Stocked up on beer today, but I won't get mad 'cause I drink it anyway. Evermore a place to sleep. And here in this film, I'll make you proud. I cannot help you, jump in if you're about. I would not see my champion win. No worries, no, no, not for me. Want a life to trade away. No use in keeping much, I say. Your heart's not mine to weigh. And I'll have words with me. This earth is burned, but I'll sing rain. That was No Worries by Robert Hallow and the Holy Men. It's another piano song. This one is stressful. Are you ready for this? You don't know it yet, but I'm the Cupid of things that you just didn't get. That you struggle to say I'm the saint of the pain that was left
in the pot. I'm your angel of ellipsis, your devil of dots. Every time that you fumble, I'm the laugh from the back. When you think about him, my wings start to flap. When you make a mistake, my feet lift from the floor. When you lie there awake, every night lovers soar. And I promise you I'll be better. I promise you I'll try. But like rubbing wine stains into rocks, it's my curse. I try and make it right, but by trying make it worse. I'm the heartbreak that it was far too much to be shunned. The status and sense in that garden ungrown. I'm the captain of courage that you've eternally lacked. I'm the Jesus of wishing to cry, still come back. Because farewell, wanderlust, you've been oh so kind. You brought me to this party, but you left me here behind. So long to the person you begged me to be. She's down, she's dead. Instead, who's left with us all so dressed? The mess that you left when you told me wasn't right in my head. You alright? It's the boys from beyond. Gave such a fight. We hate to see our nostalgia bend your point. You allow me to slip into something more comfortable than with a hook of her broom. She waved to the bar and slipped into the night. Come, devil, come, she sang, call out my name. Let's take this outside, cause we're one and the same. Our gods have abandoned us, left us instead. Take up arms, take my hand, let us waltz for the dead. I'm the face that stares back when the screen goes to black. When your mom says you look healthy, you know she means you got fat. I'm the tails of the guests will applaud and believe. I'm that child that you just didn't have time to conceive. And I promise you I'm not broken. I promise you there's more to come, more to reach for, more to hurl at the door. Goodbye to all my darkness, there's nothing here but light. Adieu to all the faceless things that sleep with me at night. This hair is not makeup, it's a porcelain tube. Man, this here is not singing, I'm just screaming in tune. Because farewell, wanderlust, you've been oh so kind. You brought me through this darkness, but you left me here behind. So long to the person you begged me to be. He's down, he's dead. Now take a good long look at what you've all done to me. He's down, he's dead. She's gone, she's lost. He's flown, he's fled. And now take a good long look at what you've all done to me. And that was Farewell Wanderlust by The Amazing Devil. Now we're moving back to guitar because I'm inconsistent. And we've got just 2 more songs, so bear with me. Keep on. You have a pick. We're at the shindig, everything's going on so filthy rich. Comparing old rigs, how their girlfriend's new car is so kitsch. Hanging off the chandeliers, their daughters scorn to the auctioneers. And the oldest in the back to the best they had. Lay out with the gardeners, burning sheaves, discussing champagne. The ladies British Slam campaign of the birds own shares. One day it'll make them millionaires. You see this girl, she looks like she crawled, I lost and found. She pulls it up to my ear and says, whatever you do, don't turn around the balance and washing lines. We do each other's laundry in our hearts sometimes. So come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around. there's laundry in our hearts sometimes. So come back, come back. We don't have time to fuck around. That was short, I know. Last song, that was Pruning Shears by the Amazing Devil. Last song is my favorite song. Push this up so you can actually see my beautiful face. Wake awake, your children bold, take hold of all your books and fold the corners. You warned us the storm is coming on. What do you mean you've lost your scarlet welly boots? You know what they cost. Wear a raincoat, it'll soak you to the bone. What's it like, the children asked. It's just like falling snow. I'm above you, and I love you. Don't you know that I'll be with you all along, as long as you're kind to those who are not strong and cannot find scarlet welly boots, cause when it's cold, I'll wrap my scarf around you. And when it's hard, I'll place your head into my hands. And when you scream and it's not fair, it's like I've gone off to the coast, left you behind, just standing there, pretending not to see your ghost. If only you could hear my voice, but you are screaming far too loud to hear me. Swear, just because I left doesn't mean that I'm not still. I get to watch you grow up now and make me proud, make all of those mistakes make me laugh. Oh darling Lord, you can make me laugh. Get drunk for me, sing louder than you sung for me. Grow young each time that thunder in your lungs begins to rumble at the world. To you were always strong. When you were young, you did things just to see if they would fall. They said that girl, she's wrong, but I'll stick up for you, even though they haven't got a clue. They haven't got a fucking clue that I'm so proud of you. And when they laugh at us, you'll feel my fingers down your back. And when you scream I'm not alright, and throw my picture at the wall, you were supposed to be my life and keep me safe against them all. How could you leave me here? You'll scream and louder, I'll scream back to you from that unknown. I know you're strong enough, I know you're strong enough, I know you're strong enough to do this on your own. I know you're strong enough to do this, I know you're strong enough to do this, I know you're strong enough to do this on your own. Without you, I'm strong. You told me I was younger, that I was filled with wonder. Wrong, you. For you, I love. I would have gone so much blonder and seen the world blue yonder. Instead, let's end this too. You're listening out at night, the storm will break. I step outside and feel it shake. I'm barefoot, walk across the lawn. You'll miss me, oh Jesus Christ, you'll miss me just as much as all those years ago. And you look up at the storm, you say, I've been so scared, you left me here behind. Do you not care? How the fuck am I supposed to carry on without you here? Just when you're about to give up every hope you have, you turn around, which are the steps. Someone's gone and left behind. Brand new pair of scarlet and welly boots. And that's my set. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a joy to perform live for you all, and please go donate if you can. It's a really good cause.
Hi guys, it's Joey here. Just was trying to find Madeline, but oh, there she is. What's going on? You getting greedy? That's not Madeline. There's Madeline. She's looking so disinterested. So are you. What's going on? Want some food? As you can tell, those of you with powers of deduction, the keen eye, you might have noticed that that's not Madeline. That's an alpaca that I found. As I'm currently working on a farm. Here it is. Whee! And as Madeline can't be here, what are you muttering about? Unbelievable. Spitting at me, diva. As you can tell, I'm on my own, but Madeline sends all of her love, and just wanted to say thank you to all the lovely dear hearts out there who are bringing their creativity to the world. And what are you? I haven't got anything. Why are you faffing about? I haven't got anything. Come here. Just wanted to send our love and also offer up a little auction. Oh! Of an amazing devil song of your choice. I've put in the most amount of money for this fantastic cause. We'll do a little Zoomy gig for you if you fancied. So anyway, I'm gonna go and get on with these interrupted. Are you coming? Come here. Come here, say hello. Rah, rah, rah. So cross. All the time. Blep, blep, blep. Sorry for this really long, faffy video. But love you very, very much, everyone. Thank you so much for doing this. And I'll see you on the other side of this fluffy madness. Lots of love. See you later.
Well, that ends our stream today. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed our many varied talents. Thank you to all our performers who did such a great job today. Thank you so, so much to our donors. We are so incredibly thankful for your generosity. You have helped us absolutely smash our goal, and more donations keep rolling in. And thank you to the amazing devil for helping us reach our goal and for bringing us all together to form this brilliant and talented community. Stay shining, all you fairy lights. I love you all. Good night.